TPUSA Student Action Summit. So it's Mike Church here with you on the Crusade Radio Network, and we're going to start our round of interviews. Now you can come by the booth and win my pound of silver. Where's all our cheering and adoring fans, Wyatt?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like...
Mom, can you cheer and pretend like you're having a really good time? Yay! Thank you. Thank you. See how easy that was? Do not try this at home. I am a professional, literally. Okay, so we're going to start here our round of interviews today with Wyatt Sharp, the news forum. And I'm supposed to treat Wyatt as a unicorn, which is, in his line of work, means he's objective. And you're not supposed to be objective. So we're going to try and you're supposed to be subjective, young man. So we're going to try to find out whether or not Wyatt is actually objective and not subjective. So tell it, first of all, Wyatt, welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Now, I understand you're like competing with me on the other side of the hall here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. We just got in here yesterday, but lots of interesting people, interviewing different people, and yeah.
So you have the Wyatt Sharp podcast booth.
I do, yeah. Well, so I have a show called Forum Focus, so
Okay.
that's a cable show, and then I have my podcast, which is the Wyatt Sharp Show.
Okay. So all right, so you're 16 now.
I am, yes.
Now, was I not supposed to give your age away?
No, go for it.
All right. I was just making sure here.
Pretty obvious.
I don't want to cross. Well, you could be 15, or you could be.
It's true.
You could be Doogie Howser. You could be 23. So when did you start your podcast?
Yeah, I mean, I started when I was 11, so quite a while ago. It definitely wasn't as serious as it is now. I mean, I definitely take it pretty seriously. It started just with local officials, municipalities, and just talking to people about local issues, and then I just kind of worked my way kind of up the ladder, if you will, and started talking to people, again, from all sides of the political spectrum, just about what issues are important to them, why they like politics, what it is about politics that makes them feel as if they can get engaged. And so, that's why I like coming to conferences like this, because I think the stereotype is young people aren't very engaged in the political process, and so conferences like this are able to kind of counter that narrative.
You sound kind of British to me. You said, instead of process, you said process. So, you have some language training skills?
I'm from Canada, so we have
That's what I see. I heard a boot. When I heard a boot, I went, wait a minute, I'm talking to one of these Trudeau clones here. This is not good. No, I'm kidding. What part of Canada?
Yes, I'm from Toronto, about an hour east of Toronto.
Right.
My show films in Niagara Falls, so kind of all over the place, but in Ontario.
Okay. Je parle français? No, you're not from Quebec.
Un petit peu.
Okay. Moi aussi.
Oh,
d'accord. D'accord, okay. For all of you non-French speakers, that means okay. D'accord. We could have the conversation in French. We could try. No.
It wouldn't go so well for me. But.
Why did you, at 11 years old, most kids are, 5 years ago, most kids were probably playing video games,
right.
Was the big thing. But when I was your age, 11 years old, riding bicycles, fixing bicycles up, doing cool stuff, putting different spokes on our bike tires. We were outside all the time. What drove you towards wanting to cover politics?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned...
Or did you get into politics, or did you just get into news?
Well, it was mainly news, but I think it was you mentioned 5 years ago, obviously, with COVID and everything, Canada had really harsh lockdowns. And so, someone who played baseball, played hockey, and a bunch of different sports for all of their life, all of a sudden that was put to a stop. And so I didn't really have a lot going on, so I would turn on whatever news channel and see various decisions that were being made. And I started kind of just developing my own questions internally in my mind. And so I thought maybe it would be a good idea to start emailing various officials these questions. And so some of them proposed, let's have a Zoom conversation about the
Now, these
issues.
were Canadian officials?
At first it was Canadian
time.
officials,
Okay.
Yeah, so it started with Canadian officials, quite literally just local city councilors from where I was from. But then, it branched off, and I always knew that I wanted to do more U.S.-based things, just because whatever happens in the U.S. kind of has a trickle-down effect into Canada as well. So it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I've gotten to talk to RFK, I've talked to Anderson Cooper.
I haven't even talked to RFK.
I mean, it's interesting, and I think part of the thing that I try and promote as much as possible is just as open of a discourse as is possible, just to kind of have all viewpoints included, but also ensure that even if you disagree, the most kind of respectful way to go about that is to just have a conversation about the issues that you disagree about, and even with people you disagree, you're likely to still find a few areas of agreement.
So this is called a disputation, what you just said, a
Right.
disputation. You're not going to make it in this business. Let me save you the time. You need to get out now. None of this objectivity is going to... No, I'm kidding. Okay, so are you in the United States now, or are you here at this conference from Toronto?
No, I came right from Toronto, so
Okay.
a lot of my stuff is definitely based in the United States.
They're cheering for us, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's a big crowd here. I mean, everyone's...
Did you hear that crowd just erupted for Wyatt? Did you hear that?
Oh, again.
And that was for me. That one's for me. So, yes, absolutely. No, so you came here, so you're still living in Toronto?
I am, yeah.
Okay. So do you find that when you try and approach someone in the U.S., is that an impediment at all?
Not really. I mean, I think people actually sometimes take it as like, oh, wow, you're interested in what we have to say, even though you're not even from our country. And that's certainly kind of the feeling that I've been getting from here is, why would someone want to come all the way from there to here? Politics is definitely a lot bigger here. Media is a lot bigger here. In Canada, there's a couple of broadcasters. They're all more or less kind of the same in how they go about doing their things. Some of them are biased towards the left, some of them are biased towards the right. So again, really emphasizing this idea of balance, if you have a panel, for example, having a liberal, a conservative, all on the same panel, and then you can hash out those disagreements there live in person. So yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun.
So let me let's go back to the objectivity thing and hashing out the having the disputation, and then trying to kind of be the guy in the middle. So when I started in this business in 1992, the first interview that I ever got was with a gentleman that worked for the Washington Post. His name was Robert Novak.
Okay.
You familiar with Robert Novak?
Vaguely, yeah, not too much.
You should look up Robert Novak, because Robert Novak was half the writing team of Evans and Novak, which were an opinion-based column, mainly reporting on the politics on the Hill, as they called it back in the day. In the 1970s, they started with the Washington Post. They were writing at the time of Watergate,
right.
Evans and Novak. And it was Roland Evans and Robert Novak. Robert Novak famously got on Firing Line, the TV show on CNN, and he famously got in an argument with Michael Kinsley, and Kinsley was just lying to his face. And Robert Novak, he had his earbud in. He ripped his earbud off and he goes, "Screw you, this is BS." Threw the earbud down, he spiked it on the counter and walked off the set and never came back.
Yeah.
But Novak was your consummate guy that you're trying to be. Robert Novak, and was a very conservative guy, could report on the news and run that job Monday through Friday because he knew he could go on Firing Line, and then he could do his Evans and Novak column for the Washington Post, and then he was a syndicated writer as well. And King Features Syndicate, or Creators Syndicate, took Robert Novak, and you could get Novak's columns and hundreds of newspapers. So he had an outlet for his opinion. I've always thought that the Novak model is the model. Be a gumshoe good journalist and be damn good at it, really good at it, and then work towards that. I want to have that opinion show, and I'll tell people what I think about it, but I'm not going to do that when I'm doing my journalism thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the more recent examples of that too, if you look at someone like a Megyn Kelly, she was respected by all sides of the spectrum, still is arguably, but now she does her opinions and she broadcasts them, and it's something that resonates with a lot of people, but she had to work up to that in order for people to actually care about her opinion. She had to prove that she was a good, respectable journalist who actually was able to find good sources, report on whatever story it was, and so, yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly what I'll work towards myself for sure, and it's a long road ahead for sure. I mean, I'm still quite young, but it's been a lot of fun doing it all.
So, have you met any other young people that are as into politics or covering the news as you?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly here's a good place to do that, but even back in Canada, I host an event called the Future Voters Summit. So last year there was 1,000 students who came out, and it was just high school, university students who were interested in it. So, I mean, I think oftentimes you'll hear older people stereotypically saying young people aren't engaged in politics or they are misinformed or whatever, and so I think when you come to places like this, it's a good way to not only counter the narrative, but also, discuss with fellow young people what your opinions are. I mean, here, for example, I think a lot of the stereotype is that young people generally are tending to lean more progressive, and so I think this is interesting to be here and see, young conservatives conservatives gathering and just having them with their own perspectives as well, and seeing how that kind of counters to the various young progressive conferences that might happen.
Well, I would counter that by saying that it's not young people that tend to are trending towards progressive. It's their teachers that tend towards progressive,
right.
And it's what they're being taught, and who it is that's teaching them that is putting. Because you don't have an opinion on something like that at an age like yours at 11. You're forming your opinions, right? It's like when I was 11, I was convinced I was going to be the next Buzz Aldrin. I'm going to walk on the moon. It's going to be an astronaut, right? But in order to do that, you have to join the Navy or the Air Force and become a fighter pilot and all that. Of course, I didn't do any of those things.
Yeah.
So it's the adults in the room that are teaching those opinions and that are kind of living vicariously through young people. I think it's a crime and it's a tragedy after all. You know, I grew up at a time, Wyatt, and by the way, I am here, Mike Church, on the Crusade Radio Network at TPUSA. What's that? Okay. At TPUSA at the Student Action Summit. They first called this the Student Action Conference. They changed it to SAS in the last 2 months. And we're doing a series of interviews that we will be doing all day. What do we need for this? Do I need to do something with this card? Yeah, I know that. Okay, thank you. That puts you on the clock. You have 16 more minutes.
Okay. I'll try to be brief.
Oh, and then you get this. Greatest radio producer in the history of radio producers, right here. So yeah, I want to hear you whooping it up. So where was I before she gave me the time cue?
You were about to, I think, reintroduce me. I don't know.
Well, you're Wyatt Sharp and the Wyatt Sharp podcast, but it's mainly the news forum.
Right, yeah. That started as of January of this year, so that part's pretty recent.
So when you say forum, I think of like a message forum.
Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of what it is. A lot of what we see in cable news right now, because the news forum is it's a Canadian cable network.
Cable news is terrible. Don't get into it.
But a lot of what we see right now with cable news is quick 5-minute segments they're done with, and then you never hear about that guest again. So what the news forum does is you have one guest on basically for the entirety of the show. It's a much longer form discussion, and I guess it's trying to restore part of what was never great about cable news, and that was that everything was, again, really quick, to the point, super partisan. So that's kind of the main goal with that. Yeah,
and television. Okay, Church's Maxim number 81. I have 100 Maxim. Church's Maxim number 81. Politics is television and entertainment for ugly people. So these are people that couldn't make it in real showbiz, and so they got into television news, and they're really good at that because they can be trained to do it. This is not something that you want to do.
Not really.
You don't want to do the 5-minute bit. Don't do that.
Not really, no. I mean, I think
the long form is beautiful.
I agree. I mean, I think a lot of what people like right now is either really short bits that they can get their news in, so maybe that's on social media or whatever, or again, it's the longer form podcast discussions. People don't like tuning in to hear, really short cable news conversations that are oftentimes just the anchors trying to play gotcha journalism and trying to back their guests into a corner. So that's, I guess, what I try and avoid as much as possible.
And they have producers screaming in their ear telling them, ask the question.
Well, I have a producer talking in my ear. I don't know if they say ask the question, but certainly it's helpful.
So if you ask that lady right there, ask her what the job of a great radio or TV producer is, you know what she'll tell you?
Keep it on
Guess.
time?
No. Keep guessing.
I don't know.
To make you look good.
Okay, that's
Nobody needs to know her name. They need to know your name, and they need to know that Wyatt, you got a jerk in the crowd. That was 2021, not 2022. Make you look good. That's the job of a TV or radio producer. Is that your producer?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, she goes around with me everywhere, helps me out with all my shows and stuff.
Okay, mom, right? Are you mom?
No, she's one of my aunts who also doubles as
she's your auntie.
She is.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Aunt Stephanie. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the piece of advice, Aunt Stephanie. You all should be gathering around here, especially all of you people at those other booths, because I'm going to tell you how to do this. Do it right. Okay. Piece of advice I got from an old timer way back in the day. I'm going to give you two. Okay. First piece of advice is it doesn't matter how good you are. It matters what level of tenacity you possess.
Okay.
Tenacity is what will distinguish Wyatt from someone else. If you have the tenacity to get kicked and to fall down and then have them step on you and then have you beat yourself up, but then you can get right back up and do it again, that's tenacity. You will outlive you'll be a cockroach at that point. You will outlive your peers, your competition. And then most people are lazy when it comes to this stuff. So that's the first thing. Second thing, and I think most the really important one, is if you're going to conduct interviews like this, and I don't know you for very long, so, and I won't, this rule I'm going to break here today, because most people, when I tell you the rule, most people won't match the criteria.
Okay.
Get to know your subject and love your subject.
Right.
You want, it's like Trump tells the best story, and Dr. Ben Carson told me that when I was blessed with the one chance to interview him. Dr. Carson is at Mar-a-Lago. He's visiting with President Trump, and somebody comes into the room and says, excuse me, Mr. Trump, this is way back in the day. Excuse me, Rod Stewart is here? And Trump goes, Rod Stewart, I'm talking to Ben Carson. Get out. So right then at that moment, Ben Carson was the most important person in the world.
Right.
Right now, you're the most important person in the world to me.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I mean, that's not looking too far ahead into the future is an undervalued thing, I think.
No, we're in this moment right here.
Yeah.
This is all that matters.
Yeah.
Young Tucker.
I don't know about that yet. We'll see.
Do you want to be young Tucker?
Maybe a slightly more nonpartisan version.
You can't be young Mike, because Mike is very opinionated.
Right. Well, that's good. I mean, I
and
think
Mike doesn't care what any of you think
opinions.
about my opinions. I'm going to give them to you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Unapologetic. I think we're missing a lot of that, too, in society.
You know, when I started in this business in 1992, if you didn't have an opinion, they kick you out. You
Right, well...
couldn't get on air if you didn't have
I mean, I'm not going to say I don't have my opinions. I just try and keep them to myself. But I think, a lot of them are much more practical. And I think a lot of opinions that are oftentimes deemed as conservative or opinions that are oftentimes deemed as liberal are actually things that are shared by, like, most of the general population. It's like the silent majority, so to speak, if you will. So I think, even viewpoints that people at this conference might hold who they think, well, maybe they're in the minority. I think actually a lot of the viewpoints that they hold about maybe it's a number of social issues or what have you are actually things that are shared by, a large portion of society.
I think most people would agree on probably I'm not talking about people that I call leftards, but some people who just don't deal with reality well. I think people that deal with reality well will probably agree on about 75 to 80% of most things. It's the things that they have been told about things that they hold their opinion on they disagree with. So, the number one rule in all of broadcasting. Okay, so now, do you ever do anything that's live? Do you ever go with a live audience? Like today, you're here live.
Right. Yeah. Well, so I did like a couple of live shows with again the conference that I was telling you about. So a couple of my shows were like live on stage there. Certainly, like a totally different game to do that, because not only are you worrying about what people at home are thinking, but also what the hundreds of people in the crowd are thinking, and so that's certainly intimidating to do that, but it's always enjoyable as well. And then also, like, a lot of my show when I do it actually on cable is actually pre-taped as well, because that's one of the few ways that you can actually have those long-form conversations. But I do still do some like live TV like coverage and stuff. So we had our election in Canada back in April, so we did like a live broadcast, and that was like 8+ hours long. So that was certainly exhausting, waking up to go to school the next day after that. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it all. Okay,
so let me tell you you want to do more live, and I'm going to tell you why. Live makes you better.
Yes.
Because you don't get take two. You only get take one.
I think it also
We're doing take one right now.
I know, and I think live also makes
it more authentic.
Okay, stop.
No, let's stop. Take two, y'all. Now go. You see how stupid that is?
Right.
You don't get two takes when you're live. You only get one take. You get one shot at this, and it puts the pressure on you.
Yeah.
There's adrenaline that comes into play here, and it does make a difference. So do more live, and then listen to your live broadcast and be your own worst critic. Go like, oh man, I zigged and I should have zagged. I went and I should have known that I should have been more prepared.
Yeah.
Do live and review your live. It's called air checking.
Yeah.
You kiddies out there, air check yourself. Be your best air checker, and you will get better.
Right.
and the more you air check yourself, the better you're going to get.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that's oftentimes missing too, and part of the reason people feel so disincentivized to actually tune into cable news is because it is all, in a lot of cases, things that have been edited or things that are, making the anchor and the guest look almost too good, as opposed to it really being just the authentic stuff that people can actually relate to, which a lot of things that are being discussed in politics right now, like for example, if you look to all of the disputes that were happening over Trump's big beautiful bill, as he called it, like a lot of the things that people were talking about as to why they didn't like that bill were things that most of society would be like, I really don't care about any of it. The things that they actually cared about were things that he had already included in the bill. So I mean, there's some examples like that, and I think oftentimes people in politics just have a tendency to exaggerate certain components that in reality the vast majority of the general public doesn't actually care that much about, and they would rather people focus on the economy, affordability, and other issues.
And there's another part to that, and the part to that about the things that people care about. The reason that they do what you just described is just low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
You got to remember, why in Canada do you have on your telephone number?
Right.
Is it an area code and then 7 digits?
Yes.
Okay. Who out there knows why there are 7 digits in the telephone number?
Definitely not me.
Okay. Anybody know why there are 7 digits in a telephone number? Bell Labs did a survey, and they did a focus group in the 1930s when the rotary dial phone was about to come out. And they wanted to know what is the largest numbered sequence of numbers an average person can remember by heart.
Okay.
And they worked up to 7, then they went to 8 and to 9, and they found out that 7 was the perfect number.
Right.
And that people could remember the 7 digits, and that's why you got a 7-digit phone number.
Yeah.
So people can only remember, the point is people only remember certain things.
Right.
And they only have the capacity to remember certain things. So you get silly things that are fed to them as news.
Yeah.
Like, that's not news, dude. You just gave me a poll. A poll is not news. That's not, you manufactured that.
Yeah.
You made that news because you went out and talked to a bunch of people and had them fill a survey out that didn't exist before. That's not a news event.
Right.
You're creating your content now, which I think is a grave mistake.
Yeah.
And polling for that purpose should stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, too, you can look more broadly speaking and just say a lot of, I think, what happens right now is some journalists are oftentimes too hungry for a story, so they'll try too hard to try and break news, and then they end up not even getting at the things that people care about, and they'll publish a story that really carries absolutely no significance whatsoever. And I feel like that kind of goes back to the gotcha journalism piece that I mentioned earlier, where journalists will go into a story and they'll be super kind of subjective in terms of wanting to find one particular thing, and if they don't find that, then they just won't even publish the story, even if they could have some. I mean, I go back to, for example, the Hunter Biden stuff, and this is something that I think people in general have come to realize was something that was obviously covered up, but it's like journalists sometimes, like, they should have been asking, what was happening there. They should have been asking, where is the evidence, or what if someone claims that they have evidence, what is the evidence, or trying to dig deep, whereas what journalists were doing was just saying, there's no evidence whatsoever, it's not substantiated. So I think, like, what needs to happen is just, if a congresswoman, I mean, Nancy Mace had told me this when I interviewed her, she had said, if someone is claiming that there's evidence, like myself, why is it that journalists are not coming to me and saying, what evidence do you have?
What evidence is there?
Yeah.
What is your evidence?
Exactly.
Well, they like to call it, and I had the receipts.
Yeah.
This is a new thing. We have the receipts. What do you mean you have the receipts? What, are you filing an expense report? What
Yeah.
do you need receipts for?
Right.
Okay, we got just 2 minutes left here. So, most important rule in all of broadcasting is what? And there are 3 components to it.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm going to say 3. That might not be true, but I think they're pretty important. So nonpartisanship is one. Ensuring that you're asking what the viewer wants to know is another thing, and not being kind of your own person. And then I think the third one that I've noticed a lot that I would say might be more recent is just doing it for the right reasons, because I think a lot of anchors and journalists or whatever right now are doing it because they just want to be on TV, or because they want to, become famous, or they want to be a celebrity, or like whatever it is. So I think loyalty to the viewer, though, is probably tops the list.
Okay, so the number one broadcast rule with the 3 components.
Yeah.
The three components is, are you ready?
Yeah.
Drum roll, please. Drum roll. Entertain, entertain, and entertain.
Yeah.
That's your rules.
Yeah.
Do that, you'll be successful.
Okay, well, let's hope that can happen. I mean, it's,
Well, I think I think you already are doing it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So, Wyatt Sharp, and there, look, you are getting a standing ovation as you get ready.
I really appreciate it.
Do you hear this, folks? Our crowd here is amazing.
I know.
So visit Wyatt. You are what? Did they give you a number? You're on this side behind me here? Or
I'm on that side over there.
You're over there.
I am, yes. Yeah.
Visit Wyatt Sharp, the news forum. When's your next show?
In 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yes.
So we're gonna
That's why I keep checking the time.
We're gonna get Wyatt out of here. All right, Wyatt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We get the. Can we get the photo?
Oh, sure. We want
The photo op. Somebody, anybody.
Oh, he wants to look there. Look there as well. Cool. Thank you.
All right, Wyatt. Thank you. Okay, so we are back here live at Turning Point USA at the Student Action Summit here, and here live with Lily Kate, who is going to tell us all about her arch enemy, which is feminism, which is, I believe, is what we're going to talk about.
It really is my arch enemy, yeah.
Is it really your arch enemy?
Oh, for sure. The second I came into politics, I realized feminism was the most deadly ideology. Worse than fascism, worse than Nazism. It's killed 1/3 of my generation.
You mean through abortion?
Yeah, you can't have feminism without abortion. You can't have abortion without feminism. They come together in a package.
So you said, and I don't know her from Adam, by the way, but I just told that young man that was here, Wyatt, I just told him to be interested in your subject, love your subject. So I'm going to try to love you, but not in that kind of way, because I don't know you. So you're going to have to introduce yourself to me.
Sure.
So you said when I got into politics. When did you get into politics?
I think like 4 or 5 years ago. So I was homeschooled, and then I was a YouTuber for a while and did like fashion lifestyle stuff, and then realized that is just not the lifestyle that the Lord had for me. So I kind of came back to Texas and rebranded everything, because I've always been a Christian, I've always been a conservative, and just waded into politics kind of during COVID, but it was just an awakening for me.
Did you work for some? I mean, did you work at politics, in politics, when you said you got into them? Were you just commenting? Were you working for a congressman, for a railroad commissioner in Texas? What were you doing?
Yeah, so I kind of did two things. The first thing I did is I started a social media management company, and then the other thing, I do videos, and I have a show where I talk about just current events, current issues, and then have really focused in on why feminism is terrible and why it's lied to women in so many ways. And then I'm also coming out with a book called 100 Ways Feminism is a Failure on March 8th, 2026, which is International Women's Day.
And you have a publisher then. If it's this far in advance, then you have a good publisher.
We are in conversation with some pretty awesome people for now.
All right. So when you started your social media company, did you aggregate stuff and put it on other social media, or did you start like a social media mini platform?
I see. No, yeah, we make content for influencers, a lot of political influencers. We can help them monetize their social media, because most people are demonetized anyway, and so we help a lot of political creators make super big amounts of money on social media.
Can you teach me how to make big amounts of money on social media?
I can. We'll talk after about all the tips and tricks.
Let's start here right now, because
we can make it happen.
What was so before you were in politics, were you interested at all in any of this stuff?
In high school, I did high school speech and debate, so I was relatively interested in current events and public speaking, and I liked, addressing important ideas, and then I would debate a lot with my friends. And I was also classically educated, so like instead of teaching us math and English and stuff, what they would do is they would give us a Bible and then give us a current events thing that was happening, and then say, okay, you have 3 minutes to make a 5-minute speech, go. And we did speeches in front of the whole school where we would do like 40-hour projects, which is putting a bunch of research 40 hours into basically making a case about something in history. So very classically educated, so I've always kind of been interested in it, and my brain has been educated in a way that is comfortable with dealing with these ideas.
You said you were homeschooled.
Yeah.
So you got this classic education at home.
Yes. So then in high school, I went to do like a co-op.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you're from Texas.
Yep.
You look like a Dallas girl.
Oh my gosh, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm a Woodlands girl. I'm far superior.
I know exactly where the Woodlands is.
Of course.
It's the safe area of Houston. If you got to go to Harris County, go to the Woodlands.
No, the Woodlands is in
not in
Montgomery
Harris
County.
Montgomery
Thank you very
County,
much.
Which is next to what, Cleveland County or Liberty County? Where's Liberty County?
I don't remember.
Okay, you're near Liberty.
Montgomery County is one of the most conservative counties in Texas. It's an amazing place to live, but stop moving there because you're making the traffic horrible.
So I live in a little town called Madisonville, Louisiana.
Oh, nice.
Population like 287.
Yeah.
And there's a bumper sticker that all the residents has. It says, "Welcome to Madisonville. Now go home."
Now go home. Don't come here and make it more expensive to live here.
We have our own laugh track.
I know, I love it.
So even if we don't have the largest crowd, we have the crowd. Can we turn our speakers up? Or can you not hear over there? Okay, all right. So we're here with Lily Kate. So Lily is getting ready to come out with a book, and they told me you have. Jim, did you just turn something up? They told me that you have like 1.5 million followers on Instagram.
Not quite. Over my whole social media platform, like all my TikTok, my Instagram, all the things that equals up to that, yeah.
So what did they call influencers before they were influencers?
Well, they didn't really. The term influencer is so abstract. I really don't like it as a term. They called them probably YouTubers, though, bloggers. They probably had more specific names for them, but influencers now are just people who create short-form content.
So but you would consider yourself an influencer. Do you create short-form content? Mm-hmm. You do shorts on YouTube?
Yeah.
Or you're on TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok, Instagram, yeah.
Okay.
Anywhere short-form content can be uploaded, I'm there.
So are you also like into the actual editing part of this, or you have an editor?
You know what's funny? The reason I started my social media company was I was really tired of running my own social media account. So as soon as we were able to fit it into the budget, I hired one of my employees to run mine specifically. So I do have a little bit of a power up there, but I also do monetization for myself.
Okay. So you used to do the editing, but you don't do the editing now. All
Correct.
Right.
I've been in it for too long. I'm tired of it now.
So this is what. Okay. So I'm picking up on a couple of things that I want to kind of drill down into, if you will. So let's drill down into the. When we started, you said you hate feminism. And then you also said that you learned the classics. Okay. The most important part of the classics to me is, and this doesn't require book learning. The most important part of the classics to me is the study of ethics.
Yeah.
Everything is based on ethics.
Everything is based on truth.
Well, truth.
I mean, study of the truth and the application thereof.
Okay, so there's a saying in Christianity that how does this, what I'm about to do right now, how does this look in the light of eternity?
Yeah.
If you think about that and everything you do, how does it look in the light of eternity, then you may not say something that you were going to say. Well, wait a minute,
sure.
You're going to remember that for all of eternity, or you may not do something. So this is the first thing when I hear classics is ethics. Ethics is important, and this is what I like to call formation. Sounds to me like you got formation. Most of your peers do not have formation,
right?
Especially if they went into one of those indoctrination camps called a government school. Mm-hmm. They probably don't have very good formation.
Right.
This is why you're probably head and shoulders above many of your peers, is because you have formation, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I would encourage every mom to think about homeschooling their children and getting them a classical education, because like the foundation of my house, my parents' house, was made of books, and we just read so much, which is such a good thing. And You think it's going to be so difficult, but the problem is, like, when you're passionate, it's not going to be as difficult to teach your children. You should at least look into homeschooling because it's like significantly cheaper as well.
Okay, and then when you say you hate feminism, so can you, if I said, okay, Lily Kate, I hate feminism too, but maybe my definition of feminism is different than yours.
Well, that's the first thing I hate about it, is there is no definition. People cannot agree on what they believe feminism is. Feminism doesn't have a secure, transcendental definition that is timeless and essential. All it does is it takes whatever cultural movement there is at the time and then applies it to their movement in some way, and then it takes credit for things that they shouldn't take credit for. In my book, we go through a very systematic dismantling of the history of feminism, and we also reveal a lot of the really arsonist, militant, violent history that a lot of feminists have, feminism as movement has in getting women the right to vote with the suffrage, with how similar feminists think to a lot of Nazism. Most of the suffragettes in Great Britain became World War II fascists. Like, it's very ugly, sticky history that they like to cover up. So we talk about all of that in the book.
She is a girl after a mile and a heart because you're a historian. And you just gave some of the history of the founding mothers, if you will, the eugenics movement.
Yeah.
Most people do not know this. The eugenics movement, this is how you have abortion today.
Yeah,
these women wanted to eliminate poor people.
Well, actually, I'm going to take it even back a little bit farther. There was a French or English romantic poet, and her name was Mary Wollstonecraft, and she is kind of known as the mother of feminism. And what her writing really talked about is she wanted to redefine women as human beings first. So the first thing she wanted to do for men and women was redefine them by erasing their sex differences. And that's really the start of where we get the eugenicist thought, is saying that people are completely interchangeable and there's no importance to your sex, there's no importance to your soul, and we're actually just a bunch of matter.
And the eugenics movement, ultimately, in the United States, there is an actual eugenics league.
Yeah.
You could be eugenics family of the month, and they actually would put you on a poster because you looked perfect. A Down syndrome child had no prayer whatsoever, especially if you knew.
Yeah.
No prayer whatsoever during the 1930s, and it's not until the Nazis come along.
Yep.
So the Nazis come along and like, no, we want that's
One more time?
It sounds like German. You just had to yell. If you yell, it's German, basically. The Nazis come along and they adopt the platform, and they say this is a great idea. It's how you get the white master race and all that.
Yeah.
This is what destroys the American and English eugenics movement. Is Nazism. So in one way you can almost say, well, there was a little sliver of a silver lining to the cloud that was, but you can't say that out loud.
Sure.
But it's the Nazis that put the teeth into the violence and just the ghastliness of eugenics.
Well, Margaret Sanger spent a lot of time over in Germany, especially visiting the eugenicist courts, and she wrote frequently.
How does she know all this? Your book's going to be great.
Thank you. It's going to be awesome, yes. But she wrote a lot back and forth to very high officials in the Nazi Party, and she spent a lot of time over there. So that's, other little-known facts that people don't know, but the American Birth Control League was heavily subsidizing part of... Sorry.
I think he was talking to you, actually.
Probably.
We're looking at Charlie Kirk over there, which is great. When they pan to one of their camera shots, they see us.
Amazing.
It is. You've been on their air today. Something else that most people don't know about the eugenics and eugenicist movement here. So World War II and the Nazis kill it.
Yep.
So then it starts to come back to life in the 1960s with these radical women that are known as the National Organization. I call it the National Organization for Angry Ugly Women.
AU.
Now, my friend Carrie Gress, great author, she wrote a book
called The End of Woman.
Yeah, The End of Woman.
That one was good too.
The End of Woman and the Anti-Marry.
Yeah.
Okay, so she describes this meeting that they had in New York in 1968, where Gloria Steinem and all these...
Kate Millett, Mallory Millett were all there.
Kate Millett was there.
Who was, by the way, schizophrenic.
And they had a python on the table.
What? Didn't know that detail.
Okay, well, wait. It's in the book. It's in the Anti-Marry. It was in the End of Woman book. So they have a python on the table.
Yeah.
And they're all naked. And they have knives.
Oh.
And they have goblets.
How presentable.
And so Kate Millett's sister shows up.
Right.
Knocks on the door because she said, you have to come to this meeting. It's going to be the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
She shows up at the apartment building. It's like on the 3rd or 4th floor. Takes the elevator up, knocks on the door.
And takes it right back down, I'm sure.
And then her sister opens the door naked, right? She sees the snake and all that, and she's like, that's it, I'm out.
Yep.
And she runs.
Oh my God.
This is where we get the first-hand account of the story from her.
Yeah.
Because she saw it. This is the kind of weirdo, wacko, Satan-worshipping lunatic.
Feminism has to be intertwined with occultism and goddess worship. Otherwise, none of it would make sense because they actually believe that Lucifer was the liberator of women. They believe Satan was the first feminist. And not to do a spoiler alert, but that's really where my book is going to end up, back in the garden.
Okay, so Lucifer is the first feminist. He absolutely is. He's also the first one, the first one that teaches the woman how to lie.
Yeah.
He's also the first one that teaches the woman to disobey
Step out of the hierarchy, right?
Step out of the hierarchy. So he absolutely is first. He's the creator of basically the sin. His original sin is his idea.
Yes.
And then we're all still. I have a priest friend of mine that will say something like you just said. And then he'll talk about Eve, and then he'll talk about Adam, and Adam should have stepped in and done something, but he didn't, and now here we are. Thanks a lot, Adam.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good point, but also, Eve's curse, right? When you're reading it as a kid, you're like, oh, pains in childbirth. That makes sense. I got that as an image in my mind, but when you go back and read it, the other half of Eve's curse is to want to dominate over or control or have tension with her husband. And so I find that feminism is actually the institutionalization of Eve's curse. The curse that women fall into is the promise of feminism, and you see that exemplified with Jezebel in the Bible and many other reviling types of women. You find a foolish woman in Proverbs, a woman that's talks like honey, but she's actually very bitter on the inside. And that's the promise of feminism. And the Bible warns about it. It just doesn't use the exact word feminism. But if you closely pay attention, you can find that the Bible is a very anti-feminist book as well. But not anti-woman, of course.
Oh, no. Of course. Well, Mary's the chosen one. Mary.
Well, the first woman.
Immaculate conception.
Yeah, the first person to see, well, I'm not Catholic, but the first person to see Jesus was a woman after he was,
The angel comes and says, "Hail, full of grace." Goes to a woman, right?
Yeah.
So from all time. So Lily Kate, and I'm thinking as you're talking about Old Testament Bible, I'm thinking of Lilith.
Oh gosh. No.
There is an anti-Lily in the Bible. Dude, there's a Lilith, right? They had a fair, the Lilith fair. They used to have a festival.
The lore about Lilith is that she hated God's hierarchy and decided to become a demon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Lilith is like an anti-God demon.
So okay, so let's go back to the curse of let's go back to the curse of Eve.
Okay.
And I'm all down with this, the whole thing. You know who Bishop Fulton Sheen was?
I do now.
He was a Catholic bishop way back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. He had a TV show. It was ranked #1 in New York and Los Angeles.
Awesome.
And he told a story about Eve's curse and about the story of the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
And the story went like this. He's walking around the former Garden of Eden with Cain and Abel. And they've just been expelled. And they have to go out and support themselves. And he points to the garden and he says, "Well, boys, take a good look. This is where your mother ate us out of house and home."
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, I'm going to give us an applause on that. To make it seem like people actually like that.
They do.
Okay, so tell me about 101 Ways Feminism is a Failure. Are we going to get, when we get the book next year and I get the first interview in April of 2026?
Done.
When I get my autographed Lily Kate book, autographed to Mike Church now.
Done.
When I get my book, is there actually 100 ways?
Yeah. I have more than 100, but
You had to condense.
Yeah, they were like, it might be a little extensive, and I was like, I'll try and limit it to 100. But there's a lot of research, a lot of stats, and a lot of, like we've talked about some of the history, but also a lot of the modern day implications of feminism and how it's made both men and women direly unhappy.
So my producer, who is my lovely producer over there, who doubles as Mrs. Church, was telling me that you're on your social media, that you have all sorts of communication and advice that you give to young girls.
Yeah.
That you think that to plead with them and give them an alternative to being lured into feminism.
Yeah.
Can you tell our viewers about some of those?
Yeah, the alternative is femininity. Feminism's true goal is to remove men from their power source, which is their masculinity, and remove women from their power source, which is their femininity. And so the way that you fight feminism, radical feminism, is by embracing a radical sense of femininity, because femininity is the antithesis of everything feminist, and it's the only way to beat it.
So can you give them an example?
Sure.
That's what Carrie Gress would call toxic femininity, which she is a fan of.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm a toxic femininity.
Well, I don't know. Toxic femininity falls into like manipulation and deceit. But to be feminine, it's you press into the goodness and the virtue and the self-control and all the fruits of the spirit that, well, I guess virtue's not a fruit of the spirit, but you lean into the virtues of being a good woman. You lean into the fruits of the spirit. It doesn't have to look one way. You don't have to be barefoot and pregnant to be a feminine woman. You don't have to be wearing floral sundresses. Most women will be more feminine if they do those things, and they'll probably be happier and feel more beautiful if they do. But leaning into the fruits of the spirit and taking those seriously and spending time with the Lord, that's the only way to recover your femininity, because the more women are traumatized by the world, the more they are convincing themselves that feminism is the way to go, and the lies of feminism are what need to be lived out in their lives, the more their femininity leaves. And so if she's embracing all the fruits of the spirit and really pursuing a solid relationship with the Lord and has community and has all those things that tradition preaches about, then she will be a feminine woman.
We love tradition.
We do.
So I don't want to date you. I'm not supposed to ask your age, but for young women your age, for young men that are your age, and I'm just guessing in my mind, for young men that are your age, there's a very pronounced, and it's not nuanced at all, there is a very pronounced pivot that has happened. They have found work, they have found stability in that work, they have found tradition, if you will, right? And they like it. The young men, they were making a turn. This is a turn, a serious turn. And of course, the jobs agenda, obviously, and you want to learn the vocations and the trades because they never go away.
Right.
There's 61 jobs that have been here since Noah.
Yeah.
My friend Rory Groves wrote a book called Durable Trades.
Love
Get
it.
the book, Durable Trades. But my point is, the boys have made the pivot. The young ladies like you that I talk to all tell me that the young ladies have not made that, haven't followed the pivot yet. Do you agree with that?
No, women are getting there. They're realizing that they really dislike corporate America. They realize that maybe children aren't such a bad thing. They're realizing they don't want to keep pursuing a masculine lifestyle. So slowly, in drips and drabs, you're seeing women go this way. But the more masculine men get, the more feminine women get as a response, and vice versa. And so I just encourage men and women, don't wait for the other person to turn the corner to be masculine as a man or be feminine as a woman.
I've also heard that the more masculine men get, on the other side of that coin, some of those that are predisposed to being radical, the more radical the radicals get. And we're seeing this with this, there's shout my abortion stuff everywhere now. And this is really just sad and sick.
Yeah.
So it seems like almost like the opposition has also gotten stronger and louder. So you agree with that?
Yeah, but you're always going to have that if you have a country that has any kind of free speech. I mean, you're always going to have people who are on the margins, on the fringes, extremely loud, yelling extremely loud, and that's okay. You just got to have enough rationality and enough masculinity to temper those voices and not let the toxic femininity or those types run away with the leftism, because that's what they'll do. And if you don't have true masculinity and hierarchy in a society, then you will get a hyper-feminized society and end up exactly where we are.
When William Thomas stole a medal from Riley Gaines, did you beat any walls up in anger?
No.
Were you angry?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I meant by that.
Because I'm not a violent person.
It angered me to know, and I'm like, dude, you tower over her.
Yeah.
You have a 46-inch shoulder jacket, okay?
Right.
She has a 32.
Right.
If she has a 32. And this is the same way with the bike races, all of that. Do you think that we have finally seen the beginning of the end of this?
Oh, I think radical gender ideology, specifically transgenderism, is done. I really do.
How can folks follow you if they're not? Okay, so Instagram, it's Lily
ITSLILYKATE. Yes, you can find me on TikTok at Lily Kate Show, or it's Lily Kate. I keep getting banned, so I don't actually know what my usernames are at this point, but look up Lily Kate.
Why would they ban you?
Oh, because I'm extremely controversial, allegedly.
I can't. You just say anything controversial to me.
If only you were TikTok, it'd be so much easier.
Well, good luck with your.
Thank you.
You're almost doing a mini book tour in advance.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's the plan.
Well, good luck with the mini book tour.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for having me on.
Okay, so everybody, give Lily a round. You see itself. And then we're going to send you back to the studio, Lily. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we get a picture?
Oh,
Photograph.
I have to.
Yes, you must
Should
have.
I get back on here?
Please. Oh, you don't have to. You can stand. We get the mics out of the way.
Should we put the headphones? Or no? Okay.
Here, I'm going to do my Keanu Reeves.
Do it.
I open hand, not touching.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, Lily.
So much. Appreciate it.
Oh, I can't. No, I'm going to be in the chain of contact when your book comes out.
Oh my gosh, please, seriously.
Okay.
I would love to send you one and
Absolutely.
come back on anytime and just I mean it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a good book. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Dress in pink and blue just like a child. this thing can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. Stepping out into the light.
Always about the marketing. We are back live at TPUSA at the Student Action Summit here in beautiful downtown Tampa Bay. We actually are in downtown Tampa Bay, and right outside those doors there is a just most beautiful view. If there is such a thing as a beautiful view of the Intercoastal Waterway, that's it.
It's true.
I'm here with can I see the book?
Yes, you may.
I'm here with Braden Sorbo, who is the son of actor Kevin Sorbo. Was your dad the beast? No, he was Mark Singer was the Beastmaster. Your dad, Hercules,
Yes.
that's right. Get your marketing prop back. Well, dude, well done. Let's get that out of the way. So Braden and I were talking because the book has come out, but but they told me in booking you that there was a movie that we're promoting of some sort, I thought.
We have a little bit of everything going on. So the movie, the most recent one is called Jesus Freaks, and it's about the cultural revolution in the 70s with the whole Jesus Freak movement. And so it's based on a true story, how husband and wife met, and I played the husband's younger college self.
Oh, so you're an actor, so you fall into family business.
Unfortunately,
Your
yes.
mom's an actress, your dad's an actor,
Yes.
obviously. So now, and you were mentioning you have a sister. Is this your sister an actress too?
So no, I have two siblings. I have a younger brother who's a model, and then my little sister is an artist. And so she's an introvert. She doesn't like being in front of cameras.
Well, that producer lady right there is an introvert too. So we all have one in the family. A most interesting thing that I want to talk to our audience about and talk with Braden about that we just discovered as we were sitting down. So why don't you reenact what you said to me?
Oh, yes, I noticed your pendant, and I asked if you were Catholic.
And I said yes, and then you told me
That I actually became Catholic at the 2025 Easter Vigil, so I am a brand new convert. Oh, I love the clapping soundboard. Fantastic.
everyone in this room should be clapping
true.
At that news. Let me share some really good news with you.
Please.
I have twin daughters. They're 27.
Okay.
And they're both getting married in the next 9 months.
Congrats.
And the one, thank you. And the one daughter, the oldest or the youngest twin, Reagan, to please her father, converted to the faith on the day you were received into the church.
That's
same day.
wonderful.
So my daughter came into the church the same day you did.
Absolutely wonderful.
So yeah, so we have saints being made all over the place here. And something else, we wanted to talk about the book, obviously, flip it around so I can see the title. Embrace masculinity. Okay, I got it now. Embrace masculinity. So we wanted to talk about the book, but then the Catholicism thing came up, and you were talking about how your generation is converting to the faith, and you said you had an article at the Blaze
Yes.
about it. Why?
So there is a return to tradition, because as we see when we're looking at America today, we live in a secular world. We live in a consumer country.
Yep.
And so because of that, because of the secularization, the modernization of the world, we have desecrated what values built this country. We know that the tradition, that the family, the Western nuclear family, is what builds countries up. That's why America was so successful to begin with. But what we've done is we've replaced those values with degeneracy. We've made morality subjective, and in doing so, people have lost sight of what truly is important. And so my generation they say that the pendulum swings back and forth. My generation is on that backswing, and it is swinging so violently that my generation is actually farther right-leaning than even the founders were. And so because of that, we have this return to specifically the older traditional religions, which would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy. And so the Diocese of LA actually released a statistic. They had a 34% increase in converts from 2024 to 2025, and from 23 to 24, they had another 30% increase. So they are just jumping up every single year with new people coming into the faith, because what we've realized is Protestant Christianity, for all of its goodness that it has brought to the faith.
Let me just interject that
Yeah.
there is great. Protestants are really good at many things. Abortion, they
Yes.
are 100% hold the line. The stand against Darwinism, that we came from apes. Protestants hold the line
Yes.
on Genesis and the biblical teaching. I mean, Catholics suck. We stink at these things, and our Protestant brethren have held the line, especially on abortion, on life issues. They never wavered, ever.
Well, I would say that the Catholic Church, while not being as outspoken, has more initiatives, and so a lot of the charities that you see that help mothers, that help people, are also Catholic, and so it goes back and forth. Obviously, the Protestant denominations, while having plenty of faults of their own, do have some generalized goods. And I was raised Protestant myself, non-denominational, evangelical. And the reason why I say that there was a departure from Protestantism is because it lacks the foundation. Because Protestantism, at least the version of it that we know today, has really sprung about in the past 250 to 300 years, whereas Catholicism is around since the time of Jesus, because he obviously founded that church. And so with that, people are looking for something deep, intrinsic, and rooted in truth, and they're finding it within the Catholic Church, which is what I found.
So this is an amazing story here, and preach it, brother.
Well, thank you.
Preach it, and I hope other young people are hearing you, and hearing young people like you. You know, a young lady, a Protestant, was just here, Lily Kate. And she
I know
was
her.
You know Lily.
I do.
And I'm thinking, like, because I said something about the Blessed Mother, and she goes, "I'm not Catholic," and I went, "It's okay. You're not perfect. That's fine. That's fine." But then and we started talking about Eve, and you know, I've been in this business for 34 years, probably about as long as your dad. I've been swimming in these waters, and I worked at news stations doing news. I was an anchor from time to time. I've always been a radio host, but they let me anchor news shows. And I can tell you, I've been in several arguments with women news anchors who are just virulently, and these are pro-feminist Nazi wackos, virulently anti-Catholic. And you go like, you denigrate, you hold women down, you do this. I'm like, what? I said, have you ever heard of the Blessed Virgin Mary?
Yes.
I said, you know, I am carrying around, I'd reach for it, I'm carrying around a rosary in my pocket right now.
Yes.
So we venerate women. What are you talking about? One of the things that a counter argument to all that femininity crap, a counter argument to that is, prior to our Lord walking this earth and to the Christian teaching being taught throughout the world, women were treated as second-class citizens. They had no private property, no right of passage for the transfer of property of any sort. It's not until Christianity comes along and Christ's teaching that no, you're all Christians under me, right?
Yes.
You're all in the same faith. So I'm just I'm glad that you and I had the little conversation before the talk that we got to talk a little Catholicism here, which I think at events like this, you know, it's almost like either you get Protestant evangelicalism, which you'll get a lot of,
yes,
or you don't get anything at all.
It's
we
true.
Catholics seem to we tend to think like, well, you know, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna get involved. No,
I get involved.
The four marks of the church are one, true, one, holy, Catholic, apostolic.
Yes.
You cannot drop number 4.
No, you can't.
Braden Sorbo, you do not drop number 4.
No, I won't. And I actually wrote an entire chapter in the book on the feminization of the church, which happened within the Protestant Reformation, and the problems that it has brought up. Because Christianity is the only religion, like you said, to ever treat women as equal to men, as non-second-class citizens, which is what every other religion does, where women are less than. And even in the modern secular world we live in today, women are treated as less than. Although they have what we deem to be the same rights, voting, the ability to own land, all of that stuff, they're actually treated as less than equal to men because we have normalized sexual degeneracy and abortion. And so I aim to bring back the traditional values that brought this country, which is why I wrote the book. And so I like to tell people it's good for young men as a tool, as a guide, as a handbook, but it's also good for young women as a discernment item. They can use this as a checklist to see, are the people in my life matching the criteria written about here? Are they trying to match the criteria? Because the goal is Christ, obviously. But Christ is perfect. We know that, and we know that we can't possibly be perfect, which is why St. Paul writes, imitate me as I imitate Christ. This is why I love the idea of patron saints, as looking to someone that has lived a virtuous life and going, my goal is to do more than that person did because they proved it was humanly possible. And so I aim to overshoot them.
You took Justin Martyr.
I did.
Why? Now, I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you my St. Augustine story later.
Okay.
Why Justin Martyr?
Well, Justin Martyr is an apologist, and I've always been into debate. I was homeschooled from 2nd grade through graduation by my mom. If you have her on, she'll be telling you about it, I'm
She's
sure.
She's here somewhere. I just saw her.
She is. She's running around. But so I chose St. Justin Martyr because I love theology. I love discussion. It's what brought me into the church. It's the revelation of learning, the depth. I like to say, as a Protestant, looking at Catholicism was like walking into a jungle with a Swiss Army knife. There's so much that you just you're trying to cut through it, and it's a lot. It's overbearing and oftentimes can be scary to people, daunting. But as a Catholic looking into Protestantism, I realize it's a barren desert because there isn't a tradition. And so I like to tell people the beauty of Catholicism, it's the fullness of the truth. It's the fullness of the faith. It's not that I doubt your sincerity or your desire to love Jesus Christ, but I say as a Catholic, I have received, since I am now part of the church that Jesus founded, I have received that fullness, and that's what I want everybody else to have.
I told my daughter when she converted, and she goes, "Dad, you know I'm only doing this for you." And I said, "No, you're doing it for you. It's your soul. It's not mine."
Yeah.
And then after she was confirmed in April, like you,
Yep.
she it came up in a conversation, and she said, "Well, you know, I'm only doing this for you, and you know, I'm not going to mass every Sunday." I'm like, "Okay, that's a mortal sin."
True.
And then she said something else, and I said, "Sweetheart," I said, when the bishop, and she was actually confirmed by the actual Bishop of
Wow.
Boston, when he slapped you on the cheek and asked you, and you did your profession of faith, you received a theological grace that cannot be erased.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, you have it. You were baptized when you were 18 days old in the Catholic Church. Now you're confirmed. You have graces that you can't get rid of. Those graces are working on you.
Yeah.
So your dad doesn't sit here and fixate on how good or bad of a Catholic you are, or anyone else for that matter. I'm not going to fixate on with you or anyone else. I trust that you've got that grace. That grace is going to be working through you, and it's going to work through her the same way.
Yeah.
And that to me, that is apologetics. Is me just telling her, you got the grace. What you do with it now, that's on you.
Yeah, I like to tell people, because everyone who isn't Christian will go, "Judge not." They'll quote like the first 2 words of Matthew chapter 7, forgetting the entire rest of the chapter, which is that we are supposed to righteously help our brothers and sisters in Christ by first removing the plank of wood on our own so that we may better help them with the speck in theirs. It's not that we are not called to judge. The Bible actually gives guidelines on how to righteously judge. And so with that, we are called to uplift. So if my friend is living in mortal sin, it is my duty as a Christian to go to him and say, "Hey, this is damaging your relationship with the Lord. This is something that needs to be reflected on, and this is something that you should change." I can't force that change upon you, but I can bring it to light so that you then have the ability to do something about it. Ephesians 5:11, expose the works of darkness.
So this book here
Yes.
that you wrote here, the Embrace Masculinity, Lifting Men Up in a World That Pushes Them Down. Why? You're a young guy. Did you fancy yourself as an author? Were you just inspired after your conversion? Was it before? Did you start writing this before? Okay, so before.
So I was writing this as a Protestant, actually, and this is my second book. My first book is called The BS, or Braden Sorbo, Guide to Politics, and it is a sarcastic political dictionary. But the second book was, because I didn't go to college, I decided to be an author and to write and to pursue acting and social media and everything under the sun, unfortunately. It's a busy world. But I wanted something because there isn't anything, any tool for young men my age from young men my age. We have the great minds of the older generations, the people who are like your Jordan Petersons or, your Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobics, but we don't have, I'm 23, we don't have a 23-year-old who's going out and telling men, "Look, I've been through the same things you have. I've lived the same life you have. Here's how I overcame those struggles. Here's how you can too." I speak from experience, not from a place of, "Well, I'm married, my life is good, try to get what I have." And so I wanted something that I myself could relate to, and seeing that there was nothing on the market of that kind, I decided to do it myself.
So what do you like better? If you had to choose one or the other, would you choose acting? Would you choose being an author?
I would choose the public speaking route. I would love to.
Public speaking.
Well, I consider that in the author route,
Okay.
going to speak
All right.
to people about the book.
Got
I can impact
it.
many more people than I can, as much as I love movies, and as much as I do truly love that. I find that I have more success and more inherent value to other people. I can impact them greater when I speak to them from an earnest position.
So, okay. Growing up as the son of Hercules.
Yes.
I'm not the first person that ever said,
Not at
you're
all.
Hercules' son." What's it like growing up son of Hercules?
See, I knew this question was coming. I know it's coming all the time, and I don't have an answer for it because it was normal, right? That's my dad. I don't have
That is an answer.
like I don't have
That's
another
the
point of
answer.
reference for people, and I wish that I did because it'd be a much more interesting response, I should say. But it was normal. He's just dad.
And because he's just dad to you, then the world looks and it goes, "Yeah, but he's Hercules." I think one of the things that I admire about your dad and about men like him is that even that evangelical streak in him, he wears it right here.
Yes.
And he's not afraid of it. He doesn't care. As a matter of fact, it hurt his career.
It did,
It hurt
entirely.
his career. I know for a fact it hurt
Yes.
his career. I never interviewed him. Maybe you can help me out with that. But I covered the story.
Yes.
And because he wears it here, and it impacted his career. I have an enormous amount of respect for someone that prizes the Lord and prizes their faith and their eternity over whatever you can earn, and this veil of tears, as we Catholics call
Yes,
it.
well, I wholeheartedly agree, which is why I would choose this if God gave me the opportunity, because with acting, there is the chance that I might have to compromise on my morals and values, and I can't see myself doing it. Lord willing, obviously.
Did you, when you were young, so you're 23 now?
Yes.
So you would have been, you'd have been a babe. You wouldn't even have been born. When The Passion came out in 2001?
I was born in 2001.
So you would have seen, you would then have seen The Passion as a young man. I'm assuming you've seen it.
I haven't yet.
You haven't seen it?
I haven't.
Okay, so if you want to see the most Catholic
I know.
send-up,
I know.
the most Catholic depiction of the crucifixion ever,
Yeah.
and Mel Gibson relied heavily on Blessed Anne Catherine Emmerich,
Yes.
who was a mystic, right?
Yes.
And she saw what he saw. I'm just shooting a little movie BS here, but you're ever interested in, that's the film that you...
I know it's on my list.
It's on your list.
Yes.
Okay, so when you leave here today, you're going to another interview.
Yes.
You're here for the weekend.
I am.
Okay. I hope that someone else interviews you and asks you about your conversion.
I hope so too. I actually have some other people I know here who are Catholic or discerning, and they've told me that it is in great deal to the posts that I make relating to Catholicism, and so I hope to speak with them more in person to really discuss.
Well, you're extraordinarily articulate.
Well, thank you.
For a young man, and you talk the faith better than most cradle Catholics that were raised in the Novus Ordo rite, post-Vatican II,
Yeah.
the smashing of the altar, the communion rails and all that stuff, and your iconoclasm. You sound like you actually took the faith seriously. You actually sound like a John Henry Newman, that,
Thank
to
you.
be Protestant is to be ignorant of history.
Yes,
That
yes.
You have to know your history.
Yeah.
And you've done a great job with it. It warmed my heart when you said, "Oh, I converted in April of this year." I'm like, what? I'm like, that's the greatest news I've heard. At
Yes.
the entire TPUSA conference, a new saint was born.
Fantastic. Well, thank you.
Well, no, it's been great. Okay, where can people... Amazon, I assume.
Amazon, but if they want to support me directly, sorbostudios.com. Sorbostudios.com, my last name. If they use my last name, Sorbo, at checkout, just for this event only, for the duration, they can get 20% off on the book.
Great. He's a great pitchman, too, folks. This family left nothing to chance here. Writing, acting, marketing, you got the whole shebang. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here because I want to make sure that you get to your next interview
Well, thank
on
you.
time. An absolute pleasure and a joy.
Pleasure's all mine.
And I hope you'll come back and see us before you leave.
Yes.
Well, let's hang out a little bit. And can we get a picture, guys? For posterity, I'm going to send you back to the studio just briefly here. Jim will mute us and put the.
young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You may stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You may stepping out into the night, into the light. We may stepping out into the
All right, folks, make some noise out there. We are back live here at TPUSA. Yeah, make it sound like here. Let me help. Woohoo! Yeah! Live with our continuing interviews. I was just informed that I am booked until 5:30, which means I am in this chair until 6, and I'm happy to be here. Find us online, Crusade Radio Network on YouTube, and of course, crusadechannel.com. We're giving away a silver round today, one today and one tomorrow, and all it's going to cost you to enter is your email address. So stop right there, put your email, your name and your first, last name, email address into that pumputer there, as my daughter used to call it when she was a baby, and hit send, hit confirm, and then you'll get a ticket. It goes in a hopper, and you might win my silver round. So joined now by Joel Tenny, who, if Bob Kopka is listening, Bob will know the story, and you know the story all too well. Joel and I and Bob met at the People's Convention in Detroit last June, and on the Saturday of the event, at having a very late lunch at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then Bob and I are in the food line, and Joel comes up, stands behind Bob, and you struck up a conversation with Bob, and then you and I talked a little bit, and then we all three talked, and we all three went and sat down at the table to have lunch. And this is funny because Bob's like, Mike, we got to say the blessing. I'm like, well, we can say the blessing. And Joel goes like, I used to be a Catholic. We'll say the Catholic blessing. Do you want it in Latin or in English? And he said it in Latin, and we got the. And Joel and I have run into each other now. I saw you in Phoenix, and I see you here today, and it's always a joy because you always have a smile on your face. Congratulations on baby number 6.
Thank you so much.
And Joel Tenny has an amazing story here that I don't even know if I can do it justice because I don't remember the whole thing. But you're like special forces, supercharged like Marine Special Op Ranger guy. And some of your work now today brings you to Armenia. And I want to say that you were in Armenia before.
Yeah. So I've been to Armenia 10 times now, and I've been ministering there for 5 years. And I got involved during the Nagorno-Karabakh War, which took place in September of 2020.
Okay.
And at that time, we had a lot of Christians that were being targeted by radical Islamic extremists, actually a government, the government of Azerbaijan. And they were looking to destroy this ancient Christian country, actually the first Christian country in the whole world. First one to declare itself as a Christian country in 301. So, yeah, I've been doing a lot of ministry there. I have 2 daughters that have Armenian middle names, but we're not Armenian. You know, we do ministry all over the world. I mean, been to 50 countries in the last 5 years, but.
What do you do in the other 50 countries?
Well, some of that I can talk about.
Okay, all right.
Some of it I can't. But we smuggle Bibles into Iran.
Oh.
We minister to Muslims all over the Middle East, especially in Islamic, like the Muslim Brotherhood, for example, in Egypt. We minister in those communities. Now you have to understand, Mike, that the gospel is outlawed. Preaching the name of Jesus Christ is outlawed in these countries. You are not allowed to baptize a Muslim into the Christian faith. The penalty in the majority of these Islamic countries for that is death.
You know, a lot of people wouldn't know this, and that's just why I'm thinking about it, and we're talking about we'll go back to Armenia now. You know who was an Armenian in the U.S. Senate? Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff is an Armenian.
He's actually Jewish.
But he claims that he's Armenian.
Well, he stands up for the Armenians.
He stands up for the Armenians.
He will say that he is Armenian in the sense that he identifies with the genocide that they went through because he himself is Jewish.
Okay, so most people, and we're not better off that we don't know this history. There was this thing called the Armenian genocide at the beginning of the 20th century here, where the country that we call Turkey today, which was run at that time, around that time by Ataturk, the Turks tried to eliminate the Armenian Christians. The numbers vary on the estimates of how many were killed. I've heard 2.5 million. I've heard 20 million. I've heard all manner of numbers. Do you have a number of how many Armenian Christians were just targeted by Ataturk and the Turks and were just this was a genocide? They were just exterminated.
Well, the target was about 3 million, but the scholarly consensus on it is 1.5 million Armenians were exterminated. You have to understand they didn't have the word for genocide or Holocaust at the time.
Sure.
That was coined by Raphael Lemkin in 1945. And he coined the term based off of what happened to the Armenians living in eastern Turkey, which used to be western Armenia. Now, this is a really interesting subject for people who love American history, because President Woodrow Wilson was the president of the United States at this time. And the interesting thing about Woodrow Wilson is, of course, he presided over the Treaty of Versailles, right? And he was there that whole entire, the ending of World War I and redrawing up the borders. Well, what he did was he created the Wilsonian Armenian Arbitral Award. And this award was created to give the Armenians back the land that Turkey had stolen from them.
Oh.
So half of Turkey, all of eastern Turkey today actually belongs to Armenia, but they don't have it in their control because the borders were never enforced.
I didn't know that. And there's something else about this history of the Armenian genocide that is, again, is not well known. And when you talk about that border, if you look on a map, you see Iran is right there, and at the northwestern corner of Iran is where Armenia is, right? Mm-hmm. And you have Azerbaijan. Is it Azerbaijan? Is to the east? I'm just trying to recall my geography here.
Correct.
The Armenians are surrounded. My point is going to be the Armenians are surrounded by Muslims.
That's correct.
They're surrounded by people that want to kill them. Now, the interesting thing to me is that this is a historical thing that's been going on for forever. The Muslims surrounding Christians and trying to get rid of either you convert by the sword, you pay the jizya, or they kill you, or they impress you into slavery, right? We hear constantly that there's only one country on earth and only one people of a religious sect that are ever persecuted anywhere, and that's the Israel. That's Israel. And remember, they're surrounded by people that hate them and want to kill them. So let's send them a couple of $1 trillion or hundreds of billions or whatever the case may be. But why not the Armenians, who are genuinely surrounded, actually suffered it was the second genocide because the murder of the French in the Vendée and during the French Revolution should be categorized. And the UN is being fought over this. The Hague, they fight this. They don't want to admit the French. Macron and them don't want France to be the country of the first genocide, right? So they continue fighting this in international circles. But there's no doubt that the Armenians are surrounded by people that want to kill them,
right,
for religious purposes.
Right. The Armenian genocide takes place in 1915 to 1923, but leading up to that point, there were so many other massacres. You had the massacre of Adana, right? You had the Hamidian massacres, where they are ethnically exterminating this people group from the region and taking territory and governance of these various cities like Ani and others in eastern Turkey. And so there were preliminary attacks that took place. I mean, before the major genocide, there were just some things that took place before. And I think that is an interesting statement that you just made, because it's odd, but Emmanuel Macron seems to be very pro-Armenia. And I've looked into this a little bit. Because at face value, when you're looking skin deep, right, it appears that France really backs up Armenia, supports Armenia. They're talking about Armenia. But really what France seems to support is Armenia's current government, which is another topic completely. I don't want to go too far on that. But they're a left-leaning government.
Oh.
Yeah. And so you have the oldest Christian country with a now radicalized left-leaning prime minister who believes that he must capitulate to Turkey and Azerbaijan. And so you have these things called peace talks, right? And Marco Rubio just talked about this with Trump, how, we're about to come to a peace deal with Armenia and Azerbaijan and Turkey, etc.
I actually heard that. Right.
Okay, BS. Let me tell you what this is. This is selling the country out. The reason why they're in this situation to begin with is because Armenia has always lacked really good foreign diplomacy. Because they lack international diplomacy, they were not able to gain enough allies and enough support, aside from India, to really mount a great offense against Azerbaijan in the 2020 war. So I was there for the ethnic cleansing of Artsakh, which is this region that has the oldest churches in the world, okay? and it sits right in between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan invaded the territory, and I witnessed 120,000 Christians marching from that territory, hundreds of kilometers, right? They're
Right.
traveling, trying to escape extermination. And so it really shook me because, yeah, we know about the Armenian genocide in 1915, but no one's talking about the Armenian genocide that I just witnessed with my own eyes.
You see, I didn't even know about this one that you're talking about
Yeah.
now. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, Joel Tenny is wearing this beautiful little pendant here, or lapel pin, that has the presidential seal on it. And I'm like, dude, how did you get that? And he goes, White House. So I assume you got it at the White House.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You know, President Trump has placed a huge emphasis on spiritual diplomats.
By the way, can I say something
Yeah.
about that before that? Joel is one of these Christian, and when I say militant, I mean military guys, that is a Trump booster long before many people jump on the bandwagon. Joel has known President Trump for a long time. And you've been at this, you told me and Bob some of your backstory. So, and you swore me to secrecy, so I can't tell you guys all of it. This guy is one of those guys that we're sitting at this table. There's a pen right there. I could be dead and bleed out in like 60 seconds because he is a very highly skilled and trained by our military. But you've taken that, you've decided to use that to do something noble and good. Not that soldiering in the right instance is not noble and good, but you've chosen to do this with your foundation, the Alpha Pneuma. Tell our listeners and our viewers what you guys or what your group does, the
Okay.
Alpha Pneuma.
So I'm the president and founder of Alpha Pneuma Ministries, and we're a nonprofit organization that's based in Iowa. But our main mission and focus is to attend to the needs of the widows and the fatherless. We're following James, the book of James, chapter 1, verse 27, where it says that the pure and undefiled religion in God's sight are them that attend to the needs of the widows and the fatherless and abstain from the things of the world. And so that's our mission, really, is to minister to the needs of persecuted Christians throughout the Middle East, throughout Armenia, and we want to help them. We want to advocate for them. And I don't see a contradiction between faith and politics, right? And I don't see a contradiction between Christianity and being militant. So I'm what you could call a modern day crusader. But I really...
Wait a minute, I'm a crusader. You're a crusader. We're all crusaders.
Well, I was hoping you'd catch on to that. But
Well, you described yourself as a crusader when you and I met
Yeah.
a year ago. You told Bob and I, I'm a modern day crusader. I said, what a coincidence. I have a crusade radio network.
I love it. And so you talked about kind of my training. Well, I'll say this. I just came back from the war in Ukraine. I was on the front lines in Ukraine, ground zero. I was there for a month. I saw the things that I don't even know how to put into words other than the fact that you saw that movie Saving Private Ryan.
Sure did.
Okay. You remember when they get into France and they come into that city and it's all just in rubble, right? But you have these Nazis. They're posted throughout the buildings and they're being shot at by snipers, etc., right? That's exactly how it was. I mean, hospitals, schools, everything, it looked like Gaza, but nobody's talking about it, which is interesting. But I actually created a report with...
Okay.
And I said, hey, I understand that President Trump is coming to Rome. He's going to be in the Vatican for the funeral. He said, that's correct. And I said, is Zelensky going to be there? And this guy's in charge of communications and delegations, official delegations that come to the Vatican. He said, yes, Pastor Joel, yeah, he's going to be here. And I said, well, do everything you can do to see that those two sit down together and hash it out. Because you have to understand, when Zelensky went to the White House, I don't defend Zelensky as as when it comes to his morals or who he is as a person per se. But he does have great leadership, and that I admire him for. And I'll tell you, what I saw at the White House was a man who was riddled with the trauma that a war-torn leader has seen firsthand. A guy who's been in the barracks, a guy who's seen the destruction of his cities, of Kharkiv, of Kursk, of Bucha. All these cities demolished, these people killed, annihilated, and he's responsible at the end of the day for the securement of his country. Anyway, long story short, it was crazy. It was horrible. But my training has prepared me to go into places to rescue people from sex trafficking, to rescue people from execution. We do a lot of things that I'm not privy to talk about. But the main thing is we stand up for the vulnerable. And that's a biblical principle. It says, seek justice, love mercy, walk humbly with your God. And we forget that. We think if we just follow the 10 Commandments. No, the Scripture says we are commanded to seek justice, to hold the oppressor to account, and to speak up for the oppressed. That's part of Christian values as well. So I hope that my life is kind of exemplary of that, and that people can look at what we're doing, not just me, but everybody on our team, and be inspired.
So when Trump says that, I've seen things you don't want to know. I get the pictures. I've seen the photos.
He got them from me.
Horrible. These things you can't imagine what it's like. It's horrible, or it's horrible. I say this to you about Zelensky and about this particular conflict, and about the kind of the historical narrative that I think should always follow it, and that's this, Joel. It is a historical fact that the area that they're arguing over, the Luhansk, Crimea, Zaporizhzhia, Sevastopol, Mariupol, Luhansk, all of these republics right here. This is in the southeastern part of what is called Ukraine today. These are ancient Russian Federation. In 2014, when they had the election of Poroshenko, or when the guy that the CIA kicked out, he won 87-88% of those 5 districts, because it wasn't that he was pro-Putin, but he was not anti-Russian. Those people speak Russian. Yep. Stalin carved that off and put those into what is called Ukraine today in 1946 and redrew the map. So the Russians do have a valid point, and so do the people of those regions, the Lugansk. And I just wish that we could just have some respect and everybody sit down and go like, dude, look, St. Catherine the Great, St. Vladimir, this pretty much has always been Russian Federation. This is Ukraine. Or, why don't we just agree and just stop shooting at each other?
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why in brief. And this is important, and I think people miss this a lot. So, yes, they speak Russian in this area of Ukraine, but they speak Russian in every area of Ukraine. And they also speak Russian in Armenia, and they also speak Russian in Georgia. In all former Soviet bloc countries, they speak Russian, and even before then, they spoke Russian.
Okay, is this ancient Russian Federation, or before there was a federation, just ancient Russia then?
Yeah, so under Imperial Russia, under the Tsar, they had a doctrine which was called Russification. We still use the term today.
Familiar with it?
And it was to unite a people economically, to unite these countries economically. They believed that they had to Russify them, because in order to keep them in Moscow, to keep them in the Kremlin, to keep them as a part of this imperial system, they had to make them believe that they had one common identity and one core. And the first way you implement that, it's the same way the Romans did it and the same way the Greeks did it. It's with language.
Language.
Number one.
If you want to conquer a people, take their language.
Exactly. And so what we see, and this is why Turkey today still doesn't allow Assyrians to teach their children Assyrian, to teach them Syriac, to teach them Armenian. They don't allow that. There's no Armenian schools in Turkey. There's no Assyrian schools teaching Syriac in Turkey today. They're not allowed to know their language or learn their language. So it's a way to pull their ethnicity away. And here's the interesting thing, Mike. I get what you said, but I'm also a student of history. I also love the Russian Orthodox Church for many reasons. There's some reasons why I don't like the current patriarch, but on the whole, I'm friends with almost every patriarch in the Russian, in the Orthodox world. They're personal friends. I have their cell phones. We text. We've always granted autocephaly. when it was requested, when it was needed, we saw it was valid, and it wasn't breaking some canon, or they were not becoming sectarians or something, we always granted autocephaly. So what is autocephaly? It's a right for a church to have their own patriarch, right? And so when Ukraine asked for that, because they didn't want to be dictated by Moscow, by Russia, because the politics were still in there. This idea of Russification never went away. It was deeply embedded in communist doctrine, actually, in Russia, because they needed everybody to get to be part of the system, to get with the program. So they kept that doctrine. They thought, this is a great doctrine of imperialism, and we'll add it to our communist manifesto from the Kremlin. So it perpetuated. But anyway, all these patriarchs agreed. The ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople agreed, and the Greek Orthodox patriarch of Alexandria in all Africa, they all agreed Ukraine should have the right to have their own church, because there's way too much politics that have seeped into the Russian church today.
We're out of time, but Zelensky doesn't want the church. He shut it down.
Well, I met with every spiritual leader of every denomination, with Pastor Mark Burns, who's also a spiritual diplomat to the White House.
I know exactly who he is, yeah.
And we met with all of them. There's no persecution. Zelensky has helped the church and freed the Ukrainians from persecution. These churches were not even allowed to have schools before, or seminaries. There was only allowed, before Zelensky, there was only one seminary, and that was the Patriarchate Seminary of Moscow.
So I got a completely different story from another person, but he never went to Ukraine. You've been to Ukraine. Okay, Joel Tenny, where can folks find you and your great work?
Find me on Facebook. Just look up Joel Tenny. You'll see the verified profile. Also on Instagram, it's Alpha Pneuma Ministries, ALPHAPNEUMA Ministries. And then you can find me at Alpha Pneuma Ministries on Facebook and YouTube and everything else.
And if it's a Turning Point USA event, you can also find him here.
Well, I'm the faith chair for the state of Iowa for Turning Point Action.
Are you really?
Yeah, so I oversee all the pastors that are engaging in faith-based politics.
Congratulations, and congratulations on baby number 6 again.
Thank you. Let's make America pro-life and pro-family again.
Let's do it. Folks, I'm going to send you back to the studio real quick. I want to thank Joel for stopping by. We'll be right back here on the Crusade Radio Network.
just a while. If you follow me, stepping out into the night, into the light, you babe, stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light, you babe, stepping out into the night, into the light, me babe, stepping out into
We were just making a joke about not feeding people before midnight and stuff, and he gets a little carried away over there. You know, don't touch this and don't do that, and he makes some silly jokes here. But we're having a good time here at the Turning Point USA conference. Everybody, Student Action Summit, you're all happy to be here. Happy people, yay! Just because those guys on that stage aren't up here, you can still clap. We're still humans too. We like attention. Everybody has egos. Okay, I am here with Tony Ortiz, who is from the Current Revolt, who is supposed to have been on the Mike Church show for like forever. And you were actually scheduled once, and then Trump went and did something and screwed that up because there was a live event that day. And I told Magdalene, like, can we get another date? But now you're actually here. What made you decide to come to this one?
Yeah, we've been long sponsors, supporters of Turning Point. They do really great stuff, and so really happy to be here. And we've been coming to their events for several years.
So tell folks about the Current Revolt. Now, this is a Texas-specific publication.
Correct.
And you're primarily on Substack.
Correct, yeah. So it's currentrevolt.com. We cover just Texas news, and we're kind of, the best way to describe us is we're kind of like a National Enquirer or a TMZ of Texas news.
Do you want to be the National Enquirer of Texas news?
Absolutely.
Well, you know, people may forget the National Enquirer broke the Jesse Jackson story. The National Enquirer broke the Gary Hart affair story.
Right.
I forget what was the Jackson story. I forget what it was. The Reverend Jackson. They actually broke several stories. They weren't just doing this kind of stuff.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking.
So they're kind of known for that, but that's not all that they do.
Right, and that's same with us. We've broken several national stories. We broke the Sheila Jackson Lee audio where, you know, she was going off on some of her staff, and she was like super angry. So we broke that. We broke the Van Taylor story where he was cheating on his wife with a woman he met at a nonprofit event. So we've broken a lot of stories kind of related to that.
And what is the Ken Paxton story?
Yeah, so big news, right? First off, it's not breaking news that Paxton has previously had extramarital affairs.
Now let's set this up. Ken Paxton is the
Attorney General of Texas.
Okay,
right.
So a front and center dude for the Kerrville floods. He
Yeah,
was there that morning.
Correct, and you would argue, many could argue, and I would agree, he's a phenomenal attorney general.
Yes,
okay?
I would agree.
But, he's had some scandals, and previously, he was involved in some financial stuff that he almost got impeached for, and he had some extramarital affairs in his past, and they even dragged in his mistress to the Texas State Capitol, and she didn't end up having to testify, but that was a big deal. Well, just yesterday, his wife, Senator Angela Paxton, filed for divorce. And in the divorce, in her statement on Twitter, or X.com, she cited that there was new things that have come to light, and in the divorce filing, she cites that he had an affair.
So every time I think of new things come to light, I think of the movie The Big Lebowski, and I think new stuff has come to light, man. You're not privy to all this new stuff. I didn't know about the Paxton affair until I heard about it from you. So how long have you been at this with the Texas Revolt?
We actually just celebrated our 5-year anniversary 2 days ago. 2 days ago. So we started during COVID, like a lot of people did. It was a trigger for us to do stuff. And admittingly, we were just a bunch of guys that were very bored sitting around in a lockdown area and had nothing to do. And one of my guys said, I wish I had a place to just vent my thoughts. And so we made a website and we just started from there.
Are you guys a for-profit or a non-profit?
We're a non-profit.
So you were able to get that under Biden?
Yeah, well, we're a C4, so yeah, we were able to get that.
Okay, C4 is easy.
C4, yeah, C4 is easy. So not a C3, we are a C4, and yeah, the majority of our revenue almost exclusively comes from subscriptions from our website.
Yeah, I can tell you, I have applied for the C3 we have a thing called the Crusade Radio Guild, but I waited. I held that paper until Biden was out of office.
Smart.
Because I wasn't dealing with the Biden IRS, because they would have nuked me anyway. Because they would have had to read our filing, right? So
Right.
we held up. But I did file it this year, and I fully expect that I'll be able to get it now. How many people are involved in the Texas Revolt then? You said guys sitting around wanting to vent. Or is it people sitting around?
It's
I don't want to be a
people,
male chauvinist pig.
Yeah,
even
we don't
though I
want to
am
be one of those. It's 2025, right? No, we do have female staff, of course, but there are several of us. They all write under pseudonyms. They're involved all across the state, so we kind of protect their identity, and we're careful about that. But we've got a great team that does phenomenal work out in the field.
You know, there have been some great people that cover news and politics that have come from the state of Texas. I don't know if you're familiar with, but I'll give you a couple of names. Melvin Bradford, M.E. Bradford, big Texas, 6'6", giant cowboy hat. He went back and forth with Harry Jaffa and with Russell Kirk over Lincoln, and then Mel Bradford was the anti-Lincoln. Russell Kirk was, he did this. Great Texan. My friend John Daniel Davidson, who writes at The Federalist. Right. John Daniel got his start working for one of those Texas periodicals. It's not a nonprofit, kind of similar to yours. And John Daniel, another great writer from Texas. Are you a contributor, Tony Ortiz?
To Current Revolt?
Yes.
I do contribute to our rad.
Under
yes.
your name?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
you said
yeah,
pseudonyms.
well, yeah, it's really funny. The first year we operated, nobody knew that I was running this. And I would go to events, or I'd go out in public, or different Republican or political events, and people would come up to me like, do you know who runs this thing? They've got great stuff. And I'd be like, I don't know who runs that. Eventually, I got doxxed, and I've been front-facing ever since.
Okay, so let's just talk Texas politics. I think it's one of the most fascinating. The state itself, and most people don't know this, and I might be telling something that you may not know because it's an arcane fact, but the state, when it entered the Union in 1843, or in 1845, the state had a compact between the former territories that were under Mexico. There were 5 of them, 5 regions. You got your El Paso, you got your San Antonio, you got your Houston, you got your Dallas area, and then you have your top panhandle. They reached an agreement in 1843 where they said, we'll let this thing you call the Texas legislature or assembly, we'll let you apply to this monstrosity in Washington, D.C. for statehood, but we reserve the right if it ever goes south, we reserve the right to invoke. And somebody found this document in the University of Minnesota library, the legal law library at the University of Minnesota. They found this document, and because people were saying, that never happened, that was a handshake. No, they wrote it down. They reserved the right to return to the original 5 Texas regions. And I've always thought, look, if we're ever going to get out from underneath the Union, a great place to start is either in Louisiana, because we are your first. When Louisiana is purchased by Jefferson, whether you agree with that or not, when Louisiana is purchased by Jefferson, it is to keep. Most people wouldn't know this. It was to keep the English from taking it. The Spanish hated the English. The French hated the English. Well, everybody hates the English. And they didn't want Louisiana to fall into English hands. Because the Spanish pretty much have what we call Mexico today and the Western Territories. Right. So Louisiana's a great state, one of the first states. We're carved out. We joined the Union in 1812. Texas is a great state. Has a great. It's interesting because we have a really unique political history, just like you guys in Texas do. Your legislature only meets every 2 years,
right?
So you got to get stuff done the old-fashioned way. But it doesn't seem like they ever get around to pulling the trigger on the really big things. Did your legislature? They were meeting this year, right?
Yes, we just wrapped up session.
Anything big come out of it?
There's always great stuff. There's always bad stuff, and like you mentioned, it's always never enough.
Never enough,
right? And I think that the strategy there, if I could theorize for a bit, is that these politicians need something to run on every year, every election cycle. And so the idea is, well, let's not pass everything so that way when I'm up for re-election, I can promise the voters, hey, like you should elect me this time, so that way
this time we're going
to get it this time. We're going to get it this time. So there's a lot of that, right? But admittingly, like we're a great state. We've got constitutional carry. We've banned abortion. We could do a lot better on property tax. Our property taxes are out of control, right?
Well, now that Trump is on, dude, the bloodhound is on the scent. When he wants. Go ahead with the property tax is a huge issue in Texas, especially the taking of people's property over taxes. My friend Deborah Medina ran for governor. That was her platform.
Yeah, and it's a strong thing to run on. And the part of the reason our property taxes are so high, we don't have any state income tax. So, the state's got to make up for that. But there was a big surplus this year, and people were mad. They were like, hey, you need to return that to the voters, right? We passed school choice, which people are on very extreme both ends of that. And so we've actually accomplished a lot this session. But like anything, there's always more to be done.
And it's such a large state.
Bigger than most countries.
So what are we, 34 million? 37.
Something like that, yeah, somewhere around there.
I did my movie, made 7 movies. My middle child movie, What Lincoln Killed, Episode 1. And the opening sequence, I go through. Did you know that the state of Texas is rated, the United Nations keeps economic statistics. Texas, if it were to be its own country, would be, at the time I made the movie in 2012, would be the 10th largest economy on earth.
Absolutely. We have parking lots that are gas stations that are bigger than most countries. Have you been to a Buc-ee's?
I have been to a Buc-ee's.
It's bigger than it's in the country of Germany.
As a matter of fact, I have a friend who actually lives in Wharton, Texas, and we were talking one day, and he goes, well, Mike, Buc-ee's is headquartered in Wharton. And I went, you told me it was a little backwater Hammond. He goes, it is. He goes, but for some reason, Buc-ee's is headquartered in Wharton, Texas, and there's a Buc-ee's in Wharton.
A great company, great gas station. Yeah.
So, did you guys drive here?
No, we flew in.
Well, you missed 2 Buc-ee's. You missed one in Mississippi.
Okay.
The new one in Mississippi, and then you missed the one right past the Gulf Shores exit in Alabama.
Okay. Yeah.
On the way here. So you could have had 2 Buc-ee's on the way here.
Right. I missed the opportunity. Yeah, me and the wife, when we're traveling through Texas, like to Austin or Houston, it's Buc-ee's is a mandatory stop no matter what.
So how long is Greg Abbott then going to stay as governor of Texas? There is no term limit on governor.
There's not. And, there's rumors. There's always been rumors, and it's like this every election cycle that he's eventually going to drop and run from something else. I heard a crazy rumor recently that he's considering running for Cornyn's seat.
Really?
Yeah, that was my reaction. Your reaction there was my reaction. Like, it seems odd. Like, why would you go from being governor to running for a Cornyn's spot?
Yeah, you'll hate the Senate. If you're a governor, you get things done.
Yeah, and the clout and the attention and living in the governor's governor's house. It's so cool. So I don't know if that's a very reliable rumor, but it is something that's interesting to think about, especially considering the fight going on. Cornyn's not very well liked. Ken Paxton's got all this drama going on. People may be looking for a third candidate to get in.
Well, I can tell you that there was a third candidate. There have been several third candidates. My friend Dwayne Stovall ran twice, and Candace and I, we know Dwayne going way back. The old Mike Church Show listener. He'd come to my house. He'd come to parties and stuff. I went to a couple of events in Liberty, Texas. What a great name that is. At a Dwayne event. I thought Dwayne had the best platform of any the independent or lesser-known candidates for the U.S. Senate. He drove how many counties is it? 134?
Oh, gosh. Yes, I think something like
something
that.
Like that.
Yeah.
He visited every county, and he did great. He got double digits. He got like 13% last time he ran.
Which is huge in a state as large as Texas.
Last time he ran against Cornyn, he crossed 1 million. He was over 1 million votes. But I just think that there is this machine, and this machine is in Louisiana too. It all sounds good. Dwayne would make a phenomenal United States Senator to represent Texas, but it's just not going to happen because of the Republican Party.
Yeah, the Republican Party has kind of.
Well, first of all, am I right?
No, you're not wrong. It's the state of Texas is so huge.
So I'm kind of right.
The state of Texas is so huge, and to have name ID for a state that large,
it's big.
It's so hard. You had somebody like Don Huffines run for governor,
and he was such a good candidate.
People love him, and he had a good platform.
I loved him,
and he's great optics, great guy, beautiful family, and I think he got he hit double digits, but no, he couldn't touch Abbott. And now he's running for comptroller, and he's likely to win that. So he got his name ID from the Abbott run, and that may be helping him in his current run for office.
I interviewed Don shortly after his conversion to Catholicism, and he and I talked about it. And he was just talking to me. I'm like, dude, I'm going to move to Texas so I can vote for you. I actually had a Don Huffines sign in my yard in Louisiana, and people are going like, who's this Huffine guy? I'm like, he's the Texas governor. You got to support this guy. No, he was a great candidate, and if a Don Huffine can't break through, who can?
Yeah, it's hard. And Abbott's untouchable. You look at somebody like Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick's untouchable. Ken Paxton.
Rick Perry was untouchable.
Right, that's true. Right, and look where he's at now. Like, he's kind of just he's done his thing. And I actually really liked Rick Perry. A lot of people don't. But
you know what I like about Rick Perry, Tony? At the end of the day, Rick Perry is a Texan.
Oh, yeah.
He's just a Texas good old boy.
He is. He's great.
And he ain't the smartest tool in the shed, but, he got elected. He's he's an affable guy. I met him. He's a likable guy. He's a big guy.
Yeah.
And he's a good-looking guy.
Do you remember his mugshot? He's just smiling. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and remember when he went for a jog and he just casually shot a coyote and he's got the gun in the air? He's like...
One of the things that I remember most about Rick Perry was, and I forget what the circumstance was, but Obama was president, and they were quizzing Perry about something that Obama and Pelosi's Congress had done, and Perry just in passing, well, here in Texas we don't do things like that. We always have we can always resort to secession if we need to. Secession's always on the table, and he rattled off, and the next day the world exploded. Like Rick Perry said Texas is going to secede. Now you're talking to somebody that is a friend of and knows the founder of the TNM. Daniel Miller. I know Daniel personally. As a matter of fact, I actually am an honorary Hall of Fame member of the Texas Nationalist Movement, and I'm a supporter of it. And not even I was taken aback by Perry saying that. So he's
Perry just casually dropping that he's going to leave the Union. like it's another day, like no big deal. I love that.
And you said he's not doing anything now.
Wasn't he on Joe Rogan or something recently?
Was he?
I think he was doing something. I had the honor of sitting next to him at a Trump rally. And he's just such a cool dude. Like, I'm a big fan.
So, what's next for the for Tony Ortiz and for the current revolt?
Well, like I said, we just celebrated our 5-year. We're expanding. We're covering a lot more stories and kind of just trying to put out more content. We've kind of started transitioning to video and audio content because that's where it is. As people don't like to read stuff too much. It's kind of hard. It's harder, especially with this young generation. These Gen Zers, they've got the attention of 15 seconds. That's why they're on TikTok all day. So we're trying trying to adjust the content to the changing landscape.
Well, they're scroll addicts.
Yeah, doom scrolling all day.
It's the endorphins and all that, which I believe at some point in time, a lot of these, especially the young men, are going to find vocational work with your hands work, and they're not going to have time to do a lot of scrolling.
No, they're going to have that 4-hour life.
You know, and I just interviewed 2 wonderful young people, Kate Lilly, or Lily Kate.
Oh, she's great.
She's excellent.
Great. She's also a Texan.
And then Braden Sorbo.
Okay.
And I asked both of them the same question about the pivot. Is it real? For young men, did they actually really seriously in that Gen Z, did they make that right-hand turn in Albuquerque? You're nodding your head. You agree?
Yes, absolutely. As you know, we've all been around long enough. The pendulum swings kind of with ideology, but this seemed to swing more. I think the Democrat Party, liberals, the progressive movement has overplayed their hand with the LGBTQ stuff, the trans stuff, the feminism, the woke ideology, all of that. And the young people have just gotten tired of it. There's this exhaustion where, like, even my wife noticed, and she's not political by any means, and she's like, everything that we turn on has got, like, gay guys in it, or there's, like, an unnecessary, like, shilling of minorities, and it's just, people are they're tired of it. They're tired of it. Yeah. And so the Gen Zers have finally said, like, no, we're not going to do this. We love our country. The economy sucks, and nobody's helping us. Everybody's talking about this gay stuff. A lot of these Gen Zers are not going to be able to afford a home. They're not. It's too expensive. The wages aren't keeping up with the house increases, the cost of living.
So that is something that is the fault primarily of the federal government, and especially the role that they played in inflation. And Trump knows this. President Trump knows this. He's a real estate guy. He wants to see that real estate business boom, and you know, he keeps talking about he wants the interest rate cut.
And they won't do it.
I get it. I understand why he wants it. I think that he has to hold. What I think is probably ultimately going to happen is that if he doesn't get that, I think that, and I know people that are into gold, heavy into gold, and kind of that the cryptocurrency stuff.
Yeah.
I think that there's a reset that they're planning, and I think they're going to do it on the 4th of July, 2026. And I would not be shocked to find out that gold is worth $18,000 that day, and the debt is paid off.
Well, I hope that happens because I'm a big fan of gold. So when that if July 4th comes, I'll give you a shout out for being the guy that predicted it. Everybody's crazy until they're right.
Until they're right. Now, you guys are based in what major city?
Dallas.
You're in Dallas.
Correct.
Okay. Where can folks find you? You're
CurrentRevolt.com. Very big on X, so just at Current Revolt.
At Current Revolt. Okay, Tony, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Tony Ortiz. We're going to send you guys back to the studio and be back right here with some more great interviews here on the Crusade Radio Network, live from the TPUSA Student Action Summit here, so don't go away.
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? Like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out now, the mist across the window hides the light, but nothing hides the color of the lights that shine. Electricity so fine, look and dry your eyes. So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child,
Yeah, and we are back live here at Turning Point USA at the Student Action Summit here in Tampa, Florida, and at the Tampa Convention Center. Mike Church here live with you, and we have been, we have spoken to a lot of people here today, and we are going to speak to a lot more, I understand. You can find all of the videos that we have done today at youtube.com/@RealKingDude, and later on today, they'll all be posted or tomorrow at crusadechannel.com. Come on by the booth if you are here and register to win a free silver round in exchange for your email address. Okay, so next up here is Kellyan Yates. So make sure I had it right. Kellyan Yates is an etiquette. Now, are you an etiquette instructor?
Yes, etiquette consultant. Hello.
Hello.
Etiquette consultant. I'm the founder of Lady Etiquette.
Okay, Lady Ed. So we'll call you Lady Etiquette from now on.
Thank you. That's what they call me on social media.
Okay, so we were going over the proper etiquette for a greeting, and she and I did this.
Yes, good old
And then
fashioned handshake.
she said, "This is fine, but this is a no, don't do it. This is not fine.
No.
This is something silly that someone came up with to try to de-etiquetize us."
Yes.
That's a neologism. I
Dem-
just invented a word.
Demean us, yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
So, where do you teach or where do you advocate for etiquette?
Well, it's a global company. We have online classes. We can be reached at ladyetiquette.com. But I do private classes for companies that, for example, that are getting ready to go overseas, cross-cultural training. So they are set up for success when they do a business trip. So they can go into another country and respect the culture and the traditions of the people. But we also teach dining etiquette, continental dining, British, American dining, and business etiquette, dating etiquette. It's endless. Yes, my favorite.
I will tell you that when my daughter Madison was in the 7th grade, she had the chance to do dining etiquette at an event center that catered. It was big, and her entire class, the entire 7th grade class, was invited if you wanted to go, and you got to bring a +1, basically, a parent. So I was like, pick me. So I went, and we spent an entire school day there. First, we got a little history lesson, and then we got the etiquette guy who was a Marine, an former Marine, comes and says, we're going to learn dining etiquette today, and by the time you leave out of here, you will know how to use all of that silverware that's laid out in front of you.
Yes.
And then you learn how to you work from the outside to the
Exactly.
inside, right?
That's right. Yes.
And then the funny part of the lesson that I remember was in eating the soup. And then he did an example of how most Americans eat soup, which is to bend over and pick the bowl up. He's like, we don't touch bowls. We don't touch bowls when we're doing soup, and we don't shovel. We're not shovelers. We're
Away, yes.
away with your spoon, and then
A good way to remember is the ship that sails out to sea
yes,
comes back to me. So you go out and then in.
the ship that goes out to sea
Sails back to me.
sails back to me with a delicious cargo of clam chowder.
Absolutely. And you never want to blow on the clam chowder, blow on soup.
And that's the other thing he said. We are not blowers. We do not. He used a term. He said something about what you don't do, but you don't blow your soup cool. He says you cycle it.
Not a blowhorn.
No, you're not a blower. So did someone have to teach you etiquette?
Well, I have a background in private aviation, and I took care of the world's most powerful people. I took care of a president of the United States, Warren Buffett, the Bezos family, all these amazing people. And I think that was the catalyst, because I did have the formal training, butler-style training, hospitality. And I also took care, years ago, of a baroness in Italy. And there was a lot of protocol there. I think, just my background inspired me. But I did notice that it was lacking in society.
Oh, totally.
So, yeah.
Well, and etiquette. No, I say etiquette comes from ethics, the two words are related. If you practice Christian Nicomedean ethics, you're probably going to want to learn etiquette. You're probably going to be pretty good at it. You know, we've fallen so far as a civilization and society. 30 years ago would have probably been the last heyday of Judith Manners. Miss Manners.
Oh, absolutely. I always say you have to go back to the past to find class.
And that's what she did. I mean, people would write letters to Judith Manners. You know, this is what's happening, and this is how it was handled. How should we have handled it differently?
Yeah. There's a lot of inspiration. I have books that go right back, you know, 17th century. A lot of British etiquette books, you know, and I have my own teachings that is based on etiquette that's always worked. There is a lot of there's scary things happening in society right now because we do have these radical, you know, trans activists that are hiding under the guise of etiquette. You know, this be kind, love is love.
Oh, yes.
And no, love is not love. Love has self-respect, respect for others. Love has standards, there's rules. You know, think about it, if love is love, what does that mean? Anything goes, right? So that's a lie. And they are also teaching the pretend perverted pronouns. And there is no honour in pretending to be something that you will never be. If you cannot accept yourself, how are you going to ever be accepted in society?
That's a good point to make. You know, one of my my rejoins for my show is, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, my church show here on the Crusade Radio Network, the world's largest pronoun-free zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do not have any pronouns here other than the ones that actually belong to you. There's nothing wrong with pronouns. We're not afraid of them.
Yes, we just don't use them the way the Democrats want us to use them. You know, it's the reason that they want to break down society, family, tradition. They want to create. Well, this is why they always use the word gender instead of sex, because gender was always used for grouping animals together, plants, and that's exactly what they want to do with us. Group us together.
Language.
Like we're animals, so we don't even know what we are anymore. Animalistic behaviour in society, which is what we are witnessing right now. But this is why we have honorific titles. Mr., Mrs., Miss. But this started quite a while back with Gloria Steinem, with the MS title.
Yes.
MS title. That was an attack at marriage, because think about it. It was never accepted in polite society. The Queen never used the MS verbally or in writing. Margaret Thatcher never used it, because they knew what it was. It was an attack against marriage. There is no shame in being a Miss or a Mrs. But now we have pronouns. But you see, everything starts off small. But it comes from feminism, you know, the trans madness. Because they've worked so hard and they realise they will never be a man. So the trans madness is their answer to bring us to the centre. And, you know, because we have everything. A woman can be anything, a CEO, run for president. But, you know, this is their answer, because we do have equality. Toxic feminism. And do you know what? Margaret Thatcher had it figured out in the late 70s. She called it poison. She said when she became Prime Minister, and she was our first female Prime Minister, you know, a strong lady.
Iron Lady.
The Iron Lady, absolutely. And she ran and won 2 consecutive terms. But she said when she became Prime Minister, I have nothing to thank the Women's Lib for my position. I hate feminism and feminism hates me.
And maybe that's why Lady Thatcher was well liked and respected.
Yes.
You know, you say the term Mr., the term Mrs., the term Miss. I'm studying French, and they have beautiful terms. Monsieur, Mademoiselle, les femmes.
Yes.
Your genders are completely separated in language. Anything that comes from Latin, right? You have your neutral or your neuter, you have your masculine and your feminine. You can't language without sex, without gender.
Yes.
But that's where it ought to be limited to.
Well, that's what they're very good at manipulating, because they realise if you can change the language, you can change the mindset, and they don't have to change the law when they change the mindset.
So what are some of the things outside of dining etiquette that you would consider that this society is seriously lacking in and needs to relearn?
Dining etiquette? Oh gosh, everything really. I mean, even at breakfast this morning, I can give you an example. I saw, I'm trying to eat and enjoy my porridge, which we call oatmeal over here. And there was a couple next to me, I kid you not, and they're changing their baby's diaper.
At the table.
At the table, yes.
Gross.
And I'm just trying to eat and get away, and then after that they started talking on their phone in a loud voice, and just it was very annoying. So yeah, that was unheard of years ago.
Well, it seemed like you would want to keep your phone conversations private.
Yes.
But you're online at a grocery store, and the person in front of you is telling a life story of what they're doing today, and you're going like, dude, stop. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yes, exactly.
This is a breach of etiquette.
Yes. Or if somebody's in line, and then, you've been waiting 5-10 minutes, and then somebody skips in front of you, which, incidentally, liberals would go nuts over that. If somebody cut in front of them in a line.
Yes.
Right? Well, imagine this. I'm waiting here 5 years to come here legally, the right way, because I respect the country and the traditions of the people. That's basic etiquette 101.
That's right.
Etiquette is the meaning of it, it's rules, standards, right? And then all these people are coming and just hopping over the border, disrespecting the country, and they're not, because they're already breaking the law, they're not going to take the civics class, which is what really inspired me with, the history of America and gave me respect for the country and patriotism, was taking that civics class, which they're not going to get that opportunity because they're already breaking the law and starting off on the wrong foot.
So your buttons tell a great story. It's natural to want kids, freed by Christ, and what does the bottom one say? That's just that's a birthday cake and the God one.
Yes, well, I got these. I got these buttons across the road at the academy. Now let's see. So the first one, it's natural to want kids. So if this was a liberal, they would say instead of it's natural to want kids, it would be it's natural to want an abortion. And this one, freed by Christ, they would have freed by pride.
Freed by pride, right?
And let's see this one. This one says God. Can you read this one?
It says God denies marriage, not culture.
Okay, so
I don't even know what to do with that.
yeah, God is trans. They would have probably.
So again, when I think etiquette, when I think outside of the dining etiquette, one of the things I tried to teach my daughters, and it's almost impossible, and I try to do it with Middishcher whenever I can, is if we're seated at a table, especially if we're in public somewhere, if she gets up to go to the ladies' room or whatever, I stand up.
Oh, that's wonderful.
This
Bravo.
that's a formality. You don't need to do that anymore. I'm like,
No.
yes. And I tell my daughters, I'm like, yes, I do.
Yes, you're right. You just don't want to be a jack in the box and keep, popping up every time, if your wife is going to get up, maybe to get something out of her purse or go to a bar and come back. But if she's going to get up just to go to the ladies, which we call it the ladies, the powder room, yes, absolutely. You should stand up briefly and make that motion. Yeah.
And then there were the other, these are just good chauvinistic manners, holding doors open, doing things like that.
That's not chauvinistic, that's chivalrous behavior.
The famous story that they probably don't even teach in history classes any longer is Queen Elizabeth, who no one who is a Catholic has any use for other than to denigrate, so I have to tell you as an English. But Queen Elizabeth is there allegedly walking down Trafalgar Square and comes upon Sir Walter Raleigh, and there's a mud puddle, and what does he do? He takes his cloak off and he throws it over the mud puddle so that Queen Elizabeth can walk and doesn't get her feet muddy.
Oh, thank you for that story. I didn't know that.
Oh, I was taught this as a boy in Virginia history when I was a child, and I've always loved that story about Sir Walter Raleigh, which is how I remember it. Yes.
I would have to look that up for my next book because I'm writing currently a book for gentlemen to empower them and be more chivalrous.
Well, and gentlemen should always to do certain things like your dress. Everyone remembers the first time they meet you. Yes. And you know who I thought was, and we'll have to end on this because we're running. She's running a tight schedule for me here.
Oh, that's okay.
But you can come back tomorrow. We'll talk some more tomorrow because I love talking etiquette.
Oh, thank you.
I love to. I thought I noticed this.
Yes.
I noticed this. I thought that, and I still think this, that one of the best dressed and etiquette practicing men that was in public life ever was Tom Wolfe. You never saw Tom Wolfe anywhere out of a state of good dress. I mean, the man was impeccable. Every show, you go back and watch every show you can find with a Tom Wolfe interview. The author of The Bonfire of the Vanities and other things.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what
Good
Tom...
book.
He wrote the right stuff about the astronauts. Great author.
Oh, I
But
love that.
more importantly, he was a great example as a gentleman. You
Yes.
never saw Tom Wolfe out of dress. Olivia,
interesting.
just wait a second, Olivia. We're coming right to you.
We need more Tom Wolfes in society, don't
Okay.
we?
One final thing that I will leave you with until our next conversation.
Yes.
We go to a McDonald's yesterday because we're traveling here, right? And we're going to undo all of the good dieting we've done for the last year and a half in one meal.
Yes.
This is something that drives me bananas and nuts, and I can't get. And she's always like, just ignore them. I can't fathom, and I cannot tolerate people that go in public dressed in pajamas.
Oh, it's awful, isn't it? Terrible.
It is the most awful. Dude, what? If you don't respect my eyes, can you at least respect yourself? This
Yes.
is so undignified.
Yes, this is why we have dress codes, dress attire. For example, you would not wear a bikini in a children's park. You know,
Some people might.
if there's a pride event, yes.
Now, where can people find Lady Etiquette?
They can visit me on Instagram at the Lady Etiquette.
Okay.
You can also follow me at Classy Conservatives because we keep it classy and not nasty.
I like it.
And I do have a retro swimwear line I've just launched. It's inspired by Golden Hollywood, not woke Hollywood. It's called Swan Swimwear.
Swan Swimmer. Okay. You know what? Tomorrow we're gonna. Are you here tomorrow?
Yes, I will be.
I would, if we can find time to have you come back. We're gonna get a new tablecloth here. I'm gonna see if I can smuggle out of somewhere a silverware, a plate setting, and I want
Yes.
you to show our audience
Yes.
a proper place setting for a dinner.
Yes, and even a napkin might be simple to bring in a stemmed glass,
Yes.
and we could talk about that.
Okay.
Simple.
Tell Maggie, the producer, all about that, and she'll
Love
find
to.
Lady Etiquette on Instagram.
Yes, the Lady Etiquette, and I'm at ladyetiquette.com. Kellyan Yates, the author of The Art of a Feminine Lady.
The Art of the Feminine Lady. I love it all. All right, well, nice to meet you.
Very good to meet
and,
you.
And we'll try and do that tomorrow. I'm going to send you
Okay.
back to the studio. This is going to be real quick. Hold on for your picture.
Oh, thank you.
say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. Stepping out into the light, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child. And in a yellow taxi, turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You may stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You stepping out.
Okay, we are back live at Turning Point USA and the Student Action Summit in downtown Tampa, Florida. We are at the Tampa Convention Center and we are on Media Row. Come on by and see us and make sure that you register over there on the table for a chance to win an ounce of silver today. So we're going to give an ounce away today. And it sounds like a drug deal, doesn't it? We're going to give an ounce away today. We're going to give an ounce away tomorrow. And we're going to give an ounce away on Sunday. But these are precious metal ounces, not the smokable or chewable variety. So, and thanks to all of you that have come by and have visited with us. There will be plenty and many, many more. Joined now by Olivia Colchek. I got it right. Okay, Olivia Colchek is kind of with TPUSA. Not really. You go to some events.
I do, yeah, sometimes.
Your claim to fame is, and this is a claim to infamy, is that you were held hostage?
Well, that was my second claim to fame. My first one was being failed in college.
How can you... Do I want to know?
You do want to know.
Tell me
Everyone wants to know.
Tell me how you failed in college.
Okay, so I went to University of Cincinnati as a chemistry major, on path to become a neurosurgeon, actually. And very quickly, God saw my plans and laughed at me, and I had to take a required diversity, equity, and inclusion course at University of Cincinnati. My options were LGBTQ activism, queer studies, and women's gender studies.
Well,
So, of course, I chose women's gender studies, duh.
I thought you were going to say choice 4. You chose dropout.
That was next. But I took the women's gender studies course, and we had to complete a project on feminism. And I was failed for using the term biological woman when saying that men do not belong in women's sports. And it blew up from there, and my life has been crazy, to say the least.
And you didn't even have to lose a swimming match. You didn't have to lose a bicycle race. You didn't have a weightlifting trophy stolen from you by some husky dude who shaved all his hair off and took a couple of estrogen pills.
Yeah, my existence is enough to piss off the liberals. So, what can I say?
I like it. Just So is that enough to piss the liberals off
It
when
is.
they watch this
Just me
video?
being here.
Oh, I just want them to be angry at me. I so want.
They're angry at everything. They're angry at life.
Well, they are angry at life because they stink at life.
Yeah.
And they don't like life. This has been your experience.
Yeah.
Okay. So after you drop out of university, of
Well, I
Cent-
never dropped out.
Oh no, I'm sorry. After
Yeah.
you were expelled or you failed.
No, I just failed. Yeah. That was so. After that happened, I went to the dean of the school. Actually, you know how there's the dean of like the art school and the music school, all that. I emailed every single one of them on the same email chain. And then I filed a formal free speech complaint. I filed a Title IX complaint, a complaint with the Gender Equity Office. No one responded for 2 weeks. Not a single person offered to help. I posted a TikTok video, about 20 seconds long, saying, I just got failed for using the term biological woman.
I
That's not
saw
allowed anymore.
that.
You did see
I
it. Yes,
did
you did.
see that video.
Yeah, so it blew up overnight, 6.4 million views, and it's so weird because the next night I went on Newsmax with guest host Laura Trump. And the following morning at 8 a.m. sharp, hey Olivia, this is the Dean of University of Cincinnati. We'd love to help you. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Whatever you do, don't call. Don't. You were with a Trump. Whatever you do,
Yeah.
don't. I knew that Olivia. I knew her. She was. It was not right what they did to her. It wasn't right, and
Yep.
I sought to make it right. I'm going to make it right. And he actually could make it right. So you've got like 7 digits of views in 2 days. You know the most famous
Crazy.
college flunk, the most
Well-
college, someone that was failed at college in history, and you were a failure, but you're a success story now.
A successful
Isn't that
failure.
irony?
I think, yeah, it's so funny. And it sucks because my account blew up from that. I had 11 followers before that, like my cousins.
11?
And I'm not kidding. So I didn't expect it to blow up. I thought it was just funny. I look at my phone, I'm like, 6.4 million. And then the next time I look at my phone, oh, your account's been banned for hate speech.
So did you get it back?
No, I've been banned 7 times on TikTok. I'm on my 8th account, still going strong.
And she says that she keeps getting banned because you say things that. Okay, Lily Kate told me the same thing. Do you know Lily?
Yes.
She goes, I keep getting banned. I'm like, I can't. Okay, I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube because it's hard. It's too hard to get the 3 strikes off of you.
Yes.
You can't ever get out.
Yeah.
So we don't ever publish videos that we even think are remotely.
Okay.
That we get. That we
I'll
get
watch
me-
what I say.
No. We'll say it live. We just delete the video.
That's perfect.
Yeah, they can't find it after the fact. So you have to. Isn't it a shame? You have to literally police yourself.
Yeah.
If you want to if you want to swim in their little pond, right? You actually have to police yourself.
Yeah, well, I don't. That's my problem. So I've also been banned on Instagram, so I'm on my 3rd account on Instagram. I have been suspended on X, which is crazy. It was a video of these Palestine protesters blocking the highway to like O'Hare Airport, and I put speed bumps. I didn't, you know what? I'm just saying, I thought it was funny. I didn't imply that they were the speed bumps, I just put speed bumps. And I got suspended, so it's fine.
Okay, so then, and as an encore to this, then you go and get kidnapped.
Yeah, so I was held hostage
Or
in
held
January.
hostage. Now.
Unlawful kidnapping is technically what it was.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you were, and now this is where Turning Point USA comes in. You were kind of at a TPUSA, like a campus event.
So it was my event, yeah.
It was
So
your
I was
event.
the speaker for this event at University of Washington in Seattle. It was actually the day after inauguration. I like this story, it's fun. So I was in DC, and the following morning flew from DC to Washington State, which is a long
That's a
flight, by
long
the
way.
way. But I land in Seattle, go to the campus, and immediately there's flyers with my face on it, like, go away, you bigot, we don't want you Nazi, we see you, we'll kill you. I'm like, okay, bet. And so I show up to this event, and there's about 50 protesters line dancing to country music, which is a conservative thing, by the way. So this is hilarious. I joined them, and they didn't like that, so I went inside because I thought I was going to get attacked, which did happen later. But we go inside for the event, and it starts. We're a couple minutes in, and immediately the fire alarms are pulled. They block every single entrance and exit. They smash the windows. They're throwing things in. It was insane. There were 250 protesters, including Antifa. For those who don't know, self-proclaimed anti-fascist group, whatever. They hold me hostage, and you're probably wondering, well, where was security? It's Seattle.
It's
They
Seattle.
were held hostage with me. So I look to my left and right, and I'm like asking these police officers, isn't there anything you can do? No, we'll get in trouble. Or no, we're outnumbered. Oh, good to know. Thanks.
So, was there a ransom?
No, they eventually dressed me from head to toe in police gear to disguise me. And then they formed like a diamond around me and got me to a squad car. From there, we went to the police station for hours, filled out police report, all that. And I was ready to go to my hotel room, actually, but they told me, no, you can't, it's too unsafe, because there were flyers at my hotel room. So they sent a police officer to my room to pack everything up, and I'm like, this is awkward, because I'm the person who unpacks at hotels. So there's like a 60-year-old dude packing up my suitcase of all these girly things, so that was a little weird. And then they're like, you need to get out of Seattle, like go to the airport. They don't even want me there.
They literally, okay, so you literally go from being a speaker at a university. You know, you're not the first person that's been kind of treated like this. You know, they've done the same
it happened
thing.
to Riley.
Well, not only Riley, but prior to you and Riley, they did this to Ann Coulter.
Yeah,
I mean, Ann has been kicked off, and she has been prevented from speaking.
Yes, I've had that as well.
And now this is all in the name of the people that supposedly are the defenders and promoters of feminism and women.
They can't even tell you what a woman is.
They can't even tell you what a woman is.
They can't defend what you can't define.
You can't defend what you can't define, but they can sure as hell figure out how to lock you up.
Well, they didn't do it successfully. I got out, so I don't know what to tell them. But the best part about this, so like I said, I was in D.C. for inauguration the prior night.
Okay.
Where I got to watch Donald Trump sign an executive order that says all college campuses must support, protect, and promote free speech, or else they would lose their federal funding. What did UW do? They did not support free speech. So the week after that happened, I filed a federal complaint with the Department of Education against the school.
You should sue the you-know-what out of them.
We're working on it.
Okay,
yeah.
you absolutely should.
Yeah.
These people will never learn.
They won't.
The only language that Olivia, the only language they understand is really dollars and cents.
Uh-huh.
And they really don't even understand that because they steal everything that they get. So an honest, hard day's work, this is like Superman being confronted with kryptonite. Literally here.
Yeah.
And you hear a story. Look at this pretty face. How could you hold her hostage? Now, there are people out there going like, well, I can think of a couple of reasons. Well, now, for you naughty boys, that's not nice. You shouldn't have thought about that. But seriously, and then you think like, well, why would? What was the point? What do they gain by this?
Literally nothing except for the school being sued and losing federal funding, which hopefully will happen soon. But when I got home and I filed the federal complaint, I was like, you know what I really want to do? Go back. So I went back May 6th.
Did you?
I brought reinforcement. I went with Riley this time. And we had a very successful event with an ungodly amount of security. We needed it. Some of the Turning Point students actually had bags of feces thrown at them. The whole day was crazy. But we had another successful event, a comeback.
If you will.
Yeah.
So, the millions of people that you gained as followers, when you get banned, and then you come back on as Olivia Colchek 2,
yeah,
or Olivia the Return, or Olivia Strikes Back, or whatever the case is, do the followers find you?
Yeah, I mean, usually I post something else that pisses people off, and then they find me somehow. Yeah, pretty much.
You sound like you're good at the pissing people off thing.
I had two brothers growing up, so yeah. It's funny because I get an ungodly amount of hate messages, and I think it's funny. What I do is actually I'll scroll through them, bucket of popcorn, screenshot the ones that are hilarious. They're very creative. I mean, these are people who come up with like a new pronoun every single day. So they're very creative people. And so I'll screenshot the ones that I think are funny, and I'll send them to my brothers. I'm like, you. So.
So I have to ask: are you making any kind of media at all, other than the things that you do that piss people off? You're very funny. You're a natural. You seriously are a natural.
I just post like TikTok videos, but they usually get taken down. I'm about to get banned again. I post on X, stuff like that. That's about it, really.
And so here at this event, did Magdalene know you and find you, or were you on a speakers list? Were you on the list?
I am a special guest, so
okay.
Yeah, that's probably how she found the contact info and messaged my manager and got me on here. Yeah.
Oh, you have a manager now.
Yes.
Okay, so the left's attempts to shut you up have now employed 3 people by my count.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's funny because like the same rate that they're
You're a
employing
jobs
people for
program.
me. I help unemploy some of them when they send. If I'm having a bad day and they send me a message on it, like, I make it a bad day for them. And I'm not that kind of person, but sometimes it just works out that way. So.
So,
Yeah.
as a follow-up, are you an Ohio girl? Is
So-
that why you chose Cincinnati?
I actually lived in Chicago for 18 years, moved to Cincinnati for 3, so that's why I went to UC, because it was close to my family's home. But 7 days ago, I just moved to West Palm, so I'm finally out of there.
So you were in a really big, beautiful place now. West
Yes.
Palm, is it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you we're going to part on a really high intellectual note.
Okay.
Do you know why the university, or do you know why Cincinnati is called Cincinnati?
No.
Would you like to learn?
Sure.
It is named for George Washington. He was known as the American Cincinnatus,
Really?
peacemaker.
Good to know. I had no idea.
Strong in combat, stronger in peace.
Okay.
Cincinnati
Interesting.
is a Roman general.
Okay.
And his genitive is Cincinnatus, and they called Washington after he refused to become king of America after the
Okay.
war. When he laid his sword down and he told Congress, "I quit," going back to Mount Vernon to go farming, King George III said, "My God, he might be the greatest man that ever lived, even greater than Cincinnatus." And so the name stuck, and they were in the fort that's on the Ohio River.
Yeah.
They renamed it Cincinnati for Washington. True
I
story.
had no idea. See, I don't know if I believe you or not.
Oh no, it's true story. There's a plaque. There's a plaque.
Okay. Well, I've never seen it, so.
It's on the. You know where the stadium is, where the Bengals play?
Yeah.
Okay, where that bridge goes across.
Okay.
There's a park underneath, closer to the stadium. There's a
See,
like
I
a
don't
board.
go downtown, so.
There's a boardwalk right
Okay.
there, and there's a plaque there that tells the story
Interesting.
that I
Okay,
just
very
told
cool.
you.
Good to know.
America's historian would not steer you wrong, my dear.
Good to know.
Never would. Okay, so people can find you on TikTok.
TikTok, X,
What's the
Instagram.
current name?
Yeah, don't follow me on TikTok because I'm about to get banned again. But it's just Olivia Colchek, KROLCZYK. On X and Instagram are my main platforms.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Olivia, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
I'm glad that you're free.
Me too.
We'll send you back to the studio and return here live on the Crusade Radio Network.
The mist across the window hides the light, but nothing hides the color of the lights that shine. Electricity so fine, look and dry your eyes. So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the stepping out into the night, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You
Yes, and we are live back here at Turning Point USA with a big, giant crowd gathered around us. A lot of happy people are cheering us on.
Well,
That's because they're all here to hear Jaden Herd. You know, I keep hearing Jaden Herd, but then I hear Jalen Hurts, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, this guy's quarterback material here. So Jaden is a college campus young person evangelist.
That is a great intro, I gotta say.
Okay, and you started in 2020. You said
I became.
Well, you became Christian in 2020.
I became conservative in 2020.
Conservative.
And
okay.
then from there, I found Jesus.
Okay.
Right? As you have the same you have the right values, right? So you need to figure out where these values come from. That's pretty much what happened to me, right? I ended up coming to my senses after leaving the Democrat plantation, as I call it.
So you were on the Democrat Party plantation.
Oh.
Well, of course. Now let's go back to the beginning. So you don't know Jaden Herd. You can find Jaden on TikTok, right?
TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify, everywhere.
And then you have been also traveling around and doing live events, right?
Yeah, I usually speak on college campuses as well.
You're speaking here at Turning Point USA.
Not here. I'm on the influencer list, right? So they have like a list of influencers that people are a part of, but there's a separate list for speakers as well.
Okay, so you're not on the main stage.
I'm not that cool yet.
Oh.
No, not
Well,
yet.
don't worry, dude. I've been at this for 34 years, and I'm not cool enough, apparently. So we'll leave that where it is. But a cool thing that I found out in talking a little bit to Jaden is that he's from Auburn, Alabama. And, of course, most people, many people, especially if you're not a college sport aficionado, don't know, there's actually a city in Alabama called Auburn.
Yes, there is.
My brother went. Did you go to Auburn?
I went to Auburn University. Yes, sir.
My brother went for his freshman year, and he's a mama's boy, and he got homesick. And we're from Norfolk, we're the Norfolk, Virginia, Tidewater area. And he didn't want to be separated from mommy anymore.
Oh,
and
man.
so he did his 1 year at Auburn, and then he finished his college at Old Dominion.
Wow.
At ODU. I'm like, dude, you gave up the Southeastern Conference for ODU.
ODU, yeah.
And this is before the SEC was what it is today.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this would have been like a 1987, I think. So he went to 1 year at Auburn, but you went all 4 years?
All 4 years. I got a bachelor's in business administration, and I was the president of our Turning Point chapter as well, where we won chapter of the year, and we got invited out to America Fest, and we got to go on stage and everything. And then I also won the Conservative Student Year Award, where I got to meet Charlie Kirk, and we were at the Mar-a-Lago little Turning Point USA gala thing.
That's cool.
And I got to hit the stage and give a little speech as well, so it was really cool.
So an interesting story on that point. Monica, who was here, I interviewed Monica Page at the AmFest West in Phoenix. Were you there?
I was there.
Okay. And then there was another young lady that was, her name was Chrissy, I think it was Chrissy Clark. And she told the story of how she met Charlie when they were in college together. And she said, I'll never forget, we were like literally eating ramen noodles and talking about this thing for Turning Point. And she goes, I'm like one of the founding sisters or whatever. I was actually there, and I kind of worked it up. And I've always thought that the last couple of years since I've learned a little bit about TPUSA, thought it's an interesting concept. We can complain about the youth and about how brainwashed and left-wing they are, or you can do what Charlie and those young people decided to do and do something about it.
Right.
Which, you have the Student Action Conference or the Student Action Summit now. You actually go, a lot of young people like you go to college campuses and duke it out with radical lunatic, as Trump likes to, radical lunatic lefties. He's a communist, this Mondami guy's a communist. Duke it out with him.
Oh, Mom Donnie.
There's a guy walking
Mamma
around
mia.
here that looks like Mom Donnie.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
And when you see him, you're going to go, his mom? No, he can't be.
No.
He is like a body double. Dude could be a stunt guy from Mom
Wow.
Donnie.
Mama Donnie, yeah. No, that's funny that we have doppelgangers here. You know, it kind of reminds. You said earlier about the Jalen Hurts thing. I get told like all the time, are you Jalen Hurts? Not because they look like me, but like they confuse Jaden Herd with Jalen Hurts, and I'm like, no, I'm a Vikings fan, man. I'm not an Eagles fan. No, you don't like that.
So it's just they get the name confused.
They get the name confused all the time, and so people genuinely think I'm like the Super Bowl winning quarterback, and I'm just like, no, that's not me.
So, do you, when in your travels and what you do with your evangelization and whatever that entails, and you can tell me about that, but is this your job? Is this now your vocation? Is this what you do?
No,
or you do something else to actually pay the light bill and feed yourself and what have you.
Right. I do have a day job because these don't pay the bills yet.
Yes.
But Lord willing, one day, I'll have a full-time show, be able to speak on campuses. I do it for free right now. Whenever a Turning Point chapter invites me, I'll go out, and I don't like to charge them because I remember when I was a leader in Turning Point, how hard it was to fundraise for the money, or if Turning Point sometimes couldn't give you the funding for it because of certain reasons, So I don't usually charge a fee, but one day I want to be big enough and I want to be influenceable enough, I guess you could say, right? To where, hey, maybe I'm worth that money, So right now I do have a day job, but on my side I street preach. I speak on campuses, and I genuinely enjoy my podcast that I do, which is Let It Be Heard. So,
and that's the play on the last name,
yes, sir.
Obviously. Jaden also told me that he has an interest in pursuing a career in radio or a vocation in radio. I said, no, don't do it. Whatever you do, don't. And I was kidding about that. I was telling a young man that was here earlier, Wyatt.
Is he like the young guy? He's like 16, right? Or 17?
Wyatt Sharp.
Yeah,
Wyatt Sharp.
He is sharp.
He is sharp.
He's actually the guy I'm going on a show tomorrow.
Are you?
Yeah. So.
He is, for a 16-year-old,
sharp 16-year-old.
Dude talks like a 36-year-old.
Absolutely.
When I was telling Wyatt earlier, I said, well, look, here's how it should go. You have to love doing this.
Yeah.
You really have to love doing it to the point where even if the bottom falls out, and you literally are doing what you're doing, you're not you're not being paid to do this any longer.
Right.
You have to have, I call it, and an old man told me, an old timer in the business told me this back in 1993. He told me, he said, you know what? You probably are the most talented person here, Mike, but you have something that none of these other clowns around here had. And I said, what's that, Keith? Old man's name was Keith Rush. Been in the radio business his entire life. I said, what is that? He goes, you got tenacity.
Right.
And he goes, you're one of those types that won't take no for an answer, and you won't quit.
Right.
And I'm like, that's a pretty good description, and I have not taken no for an answer, and I don't quit. And that's what I told Wyatt.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you could be the most talented person in the world. If you don't have tenacity, and if you don't want it more than that guy that's sitting over there, then you're not going to get it.
Right. I've heard that so many times growing up as well. And, ultimately it comes down to whether or not you want to do it or not, which is why I'm willing to work a full-time job but still do this for free, or even at the expense of my own, bank account, So, it's something that I really enjoy doing. I really enjoy being a light, in the world of darkness. I enjoy being the salt of the earth, which is what we're called to do. And I believe that, the Lord is really calling me to do something like this. And so I'm doing everything I can to get out there. So, yeah.
So when I started in 1992, I started as an intern at a local AM talk radio station. And then 6 weeks later, I'm hosting a show because they all got fired, all the people I was working with. Well, they were crazy.
Yeah.
Come to find out, they were nuts. NVTS nuts, folks.
Yikes.
So I started doing this show for free. Mm-hmm. I worked for free for this is a daily show.
Yeah.
2-hour show.
A lot of work.
Probably for 18 months.
Wow.
I delivered newspaper. I had a side gig as a newspaper dude, a magazine, and I filled a magazine rack up while I was dropping the newspapers off. And I was a bartender, and I attended a bar.
Yeah.
So and you had to want it.
Yeah, you do.
It's nice to hear that you're saying yes to all that. That you're yeah, man. I'll keep the side job and I'll work hard at the other thing.
Yeah, it's a grind, man. I mean, I people don't realize it's not just coming in front of the camera and speaking. It's It's the preparation behind it, right? It's also the making sure that you're researched up, right? You have to know what you're talking about, and also you have to make sure that you're editing everything in post, right? If it's just me, now if you have a team, then that's a lot easier. But obviously that's not where I'm at. So yeah, I mean, it really is everything to me to be able to do it anyway. You know, the fact that we have the right to do it anyway, right? In this country, to speak out, you know, against lies and against darkness. You know, I want to take full advantage of that, and I think more people should.
What do you think is the darkest thing that is going on right now?
Well, obviously sin, but I can't. I know you're wanting to be more specific, right?
Obviously sin, obviously.
Yeah.
But the sin.
I think the biggest sin right now is apathy. I think this country is apathetic. I think they're so apathetic to the gospel. They're apathetic to.
So from your Catholic brother to my Protestant evangelical brother here, we would call that the sin of sloth.
Yeah.
Sloth.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. When you walk around every day, how many Americans are actually thinking about the issues that this country are facing and actually care, right? And then think about the people that care and then don't get up and do something about it, right? I mean, we have people walking around that don't know Jesus. They don't know the truth, and they're falling into these lies that the culture is pushing out, that men can be women and that little kids can be aborted. We have to dismantle these lies. And if you don't even care enough to find the truth, you know, we can't get anywhere with that.
There's an awful lot to be said for President Trump and what he's doing. And I tell people that I get accused of being a Trump sycophant. I'm like, dude, I'm the farthest thing from a sycophant. If that guy is wrong, I have a reputation to uphold just like he does.
Right.
It doesn't do him, one of my listeners, or him, another listener, or anyone listening out there right now, Jaden.
Yeah.
It doesn't do them any for me to be a yes man.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a yes man. I'm going to tell you, dude, I think President Trump is off his rocker on this, and I think he's wrong. You know, the interesting thing about it is that he has pretty good instincts on this.
Yeah.
You know, on Wednesday, he's chastising the guy in the cabinet meeting about the Epstein question.
I saw that.
By Friday, he's throwing a temper tantrum, supposedly, wanting to know where in the hell the documents are.
Yeah.
And I'm going like, well, okay, we've seen this before. You know, when he threw the abortion thing out in Florida.
Exactly.
In September of last year.
And Arizona.
And then in Arizona, dude, within 2 days, that's getting walked back.
Right.
Then he threw the IVF thing out.
Right.
And then within another 2 days of that, it's getting walked back. He's not tone deaf. There's one thing that guy is not, the president of the United States. He is not tone deaf. And I think that's a great lesson for young people.
I agree. You know, yeah, I mean, I have my criticism of Trump as well, and that includes what you just said. But the good news is that he is actually listening, and he will respond accordingly, right? He wants to represent MAGA, right? And I believe that ultimately MAGA are filled with people with really good intentions who want the best for our country. And sometimes the administration doesn't go the right way, but at least they'll somewhat listen to their people. And I really hope Trump gets better on abortion. I hope he gets better on those issues. And I believe that he will have the people around him to correct him on that when necessary.
He's got good people.
Absolutely.
In the White House that are advising him. There's no reason for him to not nail. This is the guy that attended the Right to Life rally. The
Yeah.
only president of the United States that ever attended it
Yeah.
is Donald John Trump.
Yeah, I saw that. And you know what's funny too? You know, he likes to tout that he's the most pro-life president of all time, which probably is true.
Oh, it is.
Like probably like in the grand scheme of things, with what he did with Roe v. Wade, of course, and appointing the Supreme Court justices, you know, these are great things that we can celebrate, but there's a lot more this administration can do. And those are things that I talk about on my show. You know, we shouldn't just be settling for a good president who's pro-life. We should be achieving things. We should overcome what we're going through right now. Right now we have so many babies dying from chemical abortion and of course IVF, the sin of IVF. And I believe that the president can do a lot more than what he's doing right now. And I believe that he's willing to, but there, you know, of course, politics, there's different strategies and stuff. I just really hope we see that before ultimately this administration's over.
Did you hear this young guy said? He said the sin of IVF. He said, I heard sin. He said sin. He said sin. Sin of IVF, because it is.
Yeah,
Where you're
absolutely.
destroying embryos, you're destroying human life.
For sure.
Well, most people your age don't think of well, you know, it may be the next leap up. you're in your 20s.
Yeah.
It may
I
be
mean,
in-
I'm Gen Z, but maybe you're thinking of Gen Alpha. But
Maybe-
Gen Z is still a little iffy, bro.
No. I'm thinking of the ones that are in their mid-30s and they're like, I can't conceive, and I had this problem here, and
Yeah.
we want to have a child, and it's a noble, holy aspiration.
Absolutely.
Go ye forth and be fruitful and multiply.
Right, exactly.
Okay, this is repeated. It's repeated Old Testament and New Testament here,
Yeah.
so you kind of have like a command to go do this.
Right.
And if you can't fulfill it, then you're like, well, what's wrong with that? Well, you study it.
Yeah.
Just learn what they do, and the
Exactly.
callous nature that the embryo, if it's not going to be the favorite one that it is treated with.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that God commands us to do, but He doesn't want you to fulfill His commandment by doing something that's wrong, right? It is explicitly against in the Bible to put your hands on innocent babies. He says in Proverbs 6 that He hates hands that shed innocent blood. And if IVF does that 9 out of 10 times, then why would God approve of something like that just because you want to have a baby? Look, like you said, it's a very noble and honoring thing to want a child, but we must do things God's way, right? And God honors faith. He doesn't honor compromise, right? So if someone genuinely wants a child, I believe that God can work a miracle in the womb, or He can work through adoption, which is a very, very biblical thing, because guess what? We were adopted by our Father in heaven, right? So how much more does God want you to adopt a baby when you can't have one, right? And then boom, now you're raising someone in the Lord. What a blessing that is. But a blessing is not killing an innocent embryo through IVF just because you want a child. That's not honoring God.
And then you have the designer embryo people.
Oh,
well, I
man.
don't just want one.
Yeah.
I want to design it. I want blonde.
Blonde, 6 foot, good genetics,
male.
Yeah.
There was a story. There's a couple of entities that do really good reporting on this. The Federalist.com is one of those, and they did an actual story, and there were personal nouns. Proper nouns involved in these homosexuals that were going through a surrogate, and she was donating the eggs, and they were trying to get they were using one of their sperms or whatever, and they weren't getting the kind of prospective child that they wanted. And they just kept killing them.
That's wrong.
Disposing of the embryos until they're like getting the perfect baby. And I'm like, you've taken an abomination and if it's possible, you've turned an abomination into a greater abomination.
Yeah, it's like you just build on it. And it's funny too, surrogacy, IVF, all these things are the same thing. They're all just playing God. It's acting like you're entitled to something that you're really not. And like you said, the abomination of homosexuality, now you're going to commit another abomination, and it's just going to steamroll. It's going to domino effect, right? And it's just building more condemnation. And I think ultimately that's where you see a lot in this movement and this country, where you just see so many people compromise for these things, such as this administration for IVF, for abortion. How do we know that cannot steamroll or create a domino effect to where we start accepting more things that are unbiblical, right? And so that's why I'm like, hey, we need to speak out against this now. That's why I said apathy is not a good thing, right? We need to get in front of this so that we can stop it from getting worse.
And I'm here with Jaden Herd. Now, tell people where they can find if they're looking for you, where would they search for you?
Yeah, you can find my podcast, Let It Be Heard, on Spotify. Anywhere where you get podcasts from, it's all on there. My YouTube channel as well as Let It Be Heard. And then if you want to watch my street preaching, that's Jaden Herd street preaching. And then all my social medias is my first and last name, JadenHeard.
So when you say street preaching, do you in advance pick a venue, or are you just driving around somewhere or walking around going like, this looks like a good place to do some gospel in?
Well, it's kind of a both thing. Like, you kind of go where the Lord leads you, but you usually go to a crowded area, with a microphone or a bullhorn, and you just tell the good news of Jesus, so that's pretty much what I do. Usually concerts or like people go to bars and stuff, like clubs, or I'll preach out in front of maybe a sports venue or whatever. Not that sports are sinful. I'm a big football fan. It's just more like you're trying to get the crowd to hear the gospel, I also do one-on-one. It's not just street preaching, like one-on-one evangelism. Pass out, little gospel cards as well. So yeah.
What's on the gospel card? I'm curious.
Yeah, the bad news and the good news, man, is that everyone has sinned, and that you need to repent of your sins, put your trust in Jesus, and obey Him, keep His commandments. Yeah, just very simple as that. That's obviously more words than that, but that's like in a summary. So.
And we are told also, and a lot of young people need to hear this, including my 27-year-old twin daughters. Our Lord tells us very clearly that there is a hell. He also tells us that people go there, and He also tells a certain kind of person is going to go there.
Right.
It would be better for him if he were cast into the sea with a millstone tied around his neck than to do this to one of my little ones.
Right.
To one of the little ones. So we know that He's very particular about a certain sin, and that if you commit it, you're in big trouble.
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, this ties in so well to abortion and IVF. The little children, right? Jesus says you must become like a little child to enter the kingdom of heaven, right?
Right.
And so he loves He says, let the little children come to me, right? And so how dare we as a nation not only tolerate but celebrate the sin of abortion? What a wicked thing to do. And that's why I really hope that people stop being apathetic and they really understand what this issue is, which is the modern day Holocaust.
And we'll cover one final thing because we're just about out of time with Jaden Herd, and that's this: my 27-year-old daughters and many of their friends, some of them who are fellow Catholics with me, and some of them are evangelicals or Protestant denominations, but almost to a person, they all share the same fault, and it's a terrible fault, and I try to tell them. And that is, they have homosexuals who are friends, and they condone it.
Right.
They treat it as though that Steve is hanging out with John and what they're doing, and it's just another form of love. And I tell my daughter, I had a conversation like a week ago.
Yeah.
I said, let me tell you something. This is what you need to know. It is an act against charity for you to not say something is wrong.
Yeah.
You are not doing him, and there are no lesbian girls, they're all men.
Yeah.
It said it is an act against charity. This is what we call it, Catholics always, this is a sin against charity here. Mm-hmm. You are being uncharitable by condoning that. Now, you don't have to go and evangelize. You're not compelled to. You don't have to. You should, but you're not compelled to. But you are told that you cannot condone the sin.
Yeah.
You cannot endorse and condone the sin, and you both condone and you endorse the sin, and that is a sin against charity. It's wrong, and you need to stop.
Right.
But since almost all their friends seem to think about it the same way, I'm like kind of lost. I'm like, they're just going to have to discover this on their own.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, like the Bible actually specifically says for you to warn the wicked in Ezekiel chapter 3. He says you need to warn the wicked lest their sins be upon you. Romans 1 says that the same condemnation that's on the sinner is on you if you actually allow them to do it. What good are you doing your neighbor or your friend, your so-called friend, by patting them on the back on their way to hell? That's not a real friend, right? And so if I know someone who's a homosexual, I'm not gonna befriend them because that's essentially giving myself a stamp of approval, right? And now I'm bringing condemnation on myself by allowing them to go to hell. And now I'm about to be dragged to hell with them, because the Bible actually says that the righteous can be dragged down by the wicked, not the other way around, right? It's bad influences that hurt good influences, not the other way around, which is why it says not to be unequally yoked, right? To surround yourself with biblical people. That's why I seek out fellowship, Hebrews 10:25, right? Do not forsake fellowship. And so this is a really important concept. Christians need to understand that we can't just be, friends with people who are committing abominations, but we need to call them out of their sin. We need to warn them and expose the darkness, for sure. Yeah, lovingly, of course.
Well, yeah, you have to, as the Duck Dynasty guys like to say, hate the sin, love the sinner. I'm like, well, that's a pretty simple concept, but okay. And I remember that when in the 1990s, I forget what year it was, the first time I actually heard someone publicly condemn homosexuality was a former, he's an NFL Hall of Famer, he died, Reggie White. Reggie White went to the legislature in Wisconsin after they had won the Super Bowl, and then the legislature thinks he's going to talk about football.
Yeah.
And he goes in and he goes, "I'm here to talk about against the sin of," and he was a pastor,
Yeah.
against the sin of homosexuality, because I know that someone that's committed homosexual acts is a sinner and he has problems, and I want to help him get over his problems.
Didn't he say something about not wanting to like share a locker room or something?
Something to that effect. But we can use more Reggie Whites.
Yeah,
I think
most
it was the
definitely.
point.
Yeah, I totally agree.
All right, y'all look up Jaden Herd and find the podcast. And as you said, if you just search for Jaden Herd on your various social media, you'll find it. And are we getting any street preaching in the next 2 days?
Not in Tampa, Florida, but yeah, maybe next year.
And you told me you're in Austin.
I live in Austin,
You're
Texas.
in Austin,
yes, sir.
Texas.
Yes, sir.
Well, you should have a lot of work on your hands there.
Oh yeah, try to go to 6th Street. Ooh.
I'm going to let you go to 6th Street and
Yeah.
tell me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I will.
Okay. Well, good to. It's nice to meet you. I think you got a bright future there. And if you ever decide to do that radio thing, you let me know.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah. We run a nonprofit, the Crusade Radio Guild. It is an educational foundation for. We don't just broadcast. We teach. We teach broadcasting, and we're happy to do it. And folks, that reminds me, you can make a donation to our cause, crusadechannel.com/donate. Okay, we'll be back in just a little bit here from the Turning Point USA Student Action Summit here on the Crusade Radio Network. And welcome back. We are back live at TPUSA Student Action Summit here in Tampa, Florida at the Tampa Convention Center. Donald Trump Jr. is now on the stage speaking, and there are a lot of people in the main hall that are watching and listening to that. We have been collecting email addresses all day long. In exchange for your email address, we have given people the chance to win one of these beauties. So that is an actual troy ounce of pure 994 silver. And that's the head of the coin. This is the back. So if you register by giving us your name and your email address, and it's in that hopper there, someone is going to win one of these today. We're going to do another one tomorrow, and then again on Sunday. So, if Maggie would just give the basket a spin, hand it to Taylor. Let Taylor Sharp spin. What kind of basket is that?
It was made in China. That's
China. All right, can you open it?
Oh, no, it's... Oh.
All right, just take them. All right, Taylor Sharp, who is going to be president in 2048, is going to announce our winner.
Megan. Just Megan. Number 843-2330.
843-233. I feel like bingo. 843-2330. Anyone have 843-2330? So whoever Megan is, Megan, your lucky day, one of these silver rounds is yours. You ever had real silver?
I have actually not had real silver. I don't know. I bet you my grandpa has had plenty of it in his house. But.
So if you're wondering what we're doing here, so this young man, Taylor Sharp, how did Magdalene get a hold of you the first time around in Phoenix?
You're the lady over here?
Yeah, well, that's not her. It was another.
Yeah. Well, no. I met you. I just walked up to you and I was just talking to you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And then I told you to contact her.
Yeah. That's what happened.
And then the Taylor Sharp interview happened.
Legendary interview, by the way. Go check it out. Legendary.
It's at Crusade Radio Network YouTube channel. You can find it by going to youtube.com/@RealKingDude. That's where you'll find it, @RealKingDude. So he comes up to me and he says, I'm going to be president. I'm running for president in 2048. I'm like, why 2048? Why 2048?
Well, that's when I will be, old enough to run for president. So I'm not old enough, not even close. So
he'll be old enough then to run for president. And by this time, you will have been, governor of your state for 2 terms?
Possibly. I have a vice president that is kind of picked out already. He's working for a congressman. I can't tell you who, but I can give you some hints. He's a famous guy, not by numbers, by people that know him, and grassroots. That I can tell you. So he's 18 years old.
Okay, you have gotten very Trumpian in your that I can tell you.
Yours is better than mine. Yours is a lot better than mine.
Well, I work on it pretty much every day. I don't know. What do you think, Taylor? Caroline, what do you think?
It might be the best one I've seen. I don't know.
You have fans. Have you been on this guy?
Jackson's a great guy.
Have you been on Wyatt's podcast?
Wyatt, I haven't spoken a lot to Wyatt, but I'm sure I'll be on his podcast.
Wyatt,
sure.
come in here. Come here, Wyatt. Come here, Wyatt.
Well, he tried to copy my last name, and I wouldn't let him. It's Sharp with an E. I have no E,
Wyatt, this guy is going to run for president in 2048. You should line the interview up right now.
I know, yeah. First interview, exclusive.
Exclusive Wyatt Sharp interview.
Yeah, we got to set it up before everyone else wants it.
No, wait a minute. Do I have a pair of 16-year-olds?
How old are you?
16.
Oh, I'm 17.
Oh, cool. Pretty close.
Seniority.
I know. He's
so
step
you
ahead
almost
of me.
have to call him sir.
I know. Feels a little
I don't want to be that old. I don't want to be like Mike Church boomer era,
No, dude, I am so beyond boomer. I am Zoomer. I mean, I'm in the stratosphere. I'm out after the boomers. Okay, so Wyatt, future presidential candidate.
Yes.
Well, you know, Wyatt's a Canadian now.
Well, you might be our 51st state. I don't know.
I don't know. That's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying. They're all about it. All about it. I know the Canadians. I know Trudeau, that little fairy. I'm so glad I embarrassed him. I'm so glad he tried to nuzzle up. I don't like nuzzling. He nuzzled. All right, Wyatt.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. So we made friends here this weekend with Wyatt. Kind of like I made friends with this guy. So, okay. Tell the folks out there that are watching and listening, okay, so you have 23 years to prepare. Yeah. That's a long time, bro.
Yeah, I have a while to prepare, and, you know, I think that I'm going to need every year of it, every second of it, because it's all about getting to know people, getting to actually work in the grassroots, right? Getting to know everybody that I can, everybody that's going to help make this happen, because it's not just one person. Donald Trump didn't just have himself. He had people that worked for him that were successful, like Susie Wiles, for instance. The White House would literally fall apart without her. She's like the super mom, the super grandma of the White House. And
she worked for Rick Scott when he was governor of Florida.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, no, she did. She was his chief. She was also his chief of staff. So she's been around government at a high level and around running big offices for a long time. You know, she's if you watch carefully, and almost all the televised White House Oval Office gatherings where he takes questions, she's there.
She's there. She's worked at high levels, and I believe that she has the experience to work for President Trump, and she's doing a great job making America great again with President Trump and fulfilling his agenda and campaign promises to the people.
So what do you think about, we had another report today of another judge that has decided that he is the law is not, and has put an end, has actually put a kibosh using a universal temporary restraining order. This happened today.
On what exactly?
It was on one of the birthright citizenship.
Well, I think that birthright citizenship was supposed to be used for, the slave kids back in, so many years ago. And so you look at it now, and a federal judge, I believe the only judge that should be stopping these executive orders and these executive actions should be the Supreme Court, the law of the land. I don't think, because federal judges, it's just one of them. There's not a court of them. They can't vote on it. It's one person that's fulfilling this restriction, it looks like, against President Trump. And the people voted for President Trump and his agenda. So President Trump wants to continue his agenda, and he has to push his agenda, because that's what the people voted for, and he has to fulfill his promises to the people.
So President Sharp is going to make promises. Do you have any idea, because we won't know what kind of a pickle we're in by 2048, do you have any idea of some of the Sharp agenda?
Well, some of the Sharp agenda is going to be, we're going to lower costs on all levels. Housing is going to be affordable. If it's not already, then I don't know we don't know the situation. But housing is going to be affordable. A lot of things are going to be so affordable. Gas prices are going to go down. We're going to have the safest nation in the world. We're going to have zero illegal immigration. Every month, 0 people coming in illegally. No terrorist attacks. We're going to have the lowest level of crime in any country. And we're going to we're going to make America godly again.
Make America godly again is a noble cause and a great goal. So, of the people that, your peers that know you and are 17 years old, so you're going to be a senior this coming year then?
Yeah.
Okay. For those that know you, did they know about this presidential aspiration?
Well, they know that I want to run for president, and then that's about it. But I think that they know that I can make it happen. And I can make it happen for them, because I'm going to make America so great to where they're not going to want to stop winning. They're not going to want to stop. And Donald Trump said, we're going to get tired of winning, and that's his only lie that he's ever said. We are not tired of winning. We're on a win streak. Epstein thing happened. We don't like that. We think the files should be released. Once they're released, we're going to still keep winning, and we're going to keep winning. We're going to destroy this federal judge. We're going to destroy what she's going to say. Why is she stopping this? We're going to fight it in court, and we're going to win it. We're going to win that case. We're going to keep winning furthermore. And in my administration, we're going to keep winning but you're not going to get tired of it. You're not going to get tired
Are
of it.
you tired of winning? Who's tired of winning?
No one's tired of winning. This guy over here is saying no.
No, we're not tired of winning. Okay, so I'm with the youngest future presidential candidate, Taylor Sharp, who announced his candidacy on the Mike Church Show in December of last year at Turning Point USA at the AmFest West. Okay, how did you get to AmFest West? Are you already campaigning and raising funds, and how did you get to this one? Or are you coming with parents or grandparents?
Well, I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and
so that was an easy one for
that
you.
one was a 15-minute drive.
Okay.
So that one was easy. This one I actually flew to, and I'm a special guest at this event. So thank you to Turning Point USA. So yeah, we're having a lot of fun so far. We're taking a lot of great interviews with great people, as I see Mike Church in front of me. And so this is gonna be a great time here, and we're just having a lot of fun. And I came with my mom. So
okay, so for all of you that are watching out there at home, thanks to him, I'm legendary, and the Sharp household. It's like Mike Church gave me an interview and put me on the map, and I don't even know about that. I don't know. I did something. I'm not even sure. I probably did. It probably was me. It probably was. But I was thinking as you were talking, when he was 7 years old. Or 11 years old. Not you. When he was 11 years old, he went to go watch one of the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, and a very young and 11-year-old Tom Holland went to a premiere, and they had reporters there that were asking some of the moviegoers what they thought about the movie, and they asked a very young 11-year-old Tom Holland, and they said, "What'd you think about the movie?" "Oh, it was amazing. I love Spider-Man." And then the question came up, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And he goes, "I want to play Spider-Man. I want to be an actor, and I want to be Spider-Man." Tom Holland, as you know, is the latest Spider-Man in the last 2 movies and in the Avengers films. So this may be you. You're Tom Holland. You were 16. You announced your candidacy here. People are going to go back and get that videotape now and go like, he predicted this on the Mike Church Show. Let me give you one more. Do you know who Mr. Beast is?
Of course I know who
Okay.
Mr. Beast is.
Mr. Beast cut a video on his first year of YouTube when he was in high school. He cut a video, and it was terrible. So he probably hates it. But he was going like, okay, I started my YouTube channel. I got an exam tomorrow. I'm actually supposed to be doing an exam. I can hear my mom yelling at me in the other room. She wants to know why I'm not studying.
Yeah.
But I just got to go. I have to just make this video because 10 years from now, man, I so hope I'm at 1 million. I just want to be at 1 million. God, what happens if I don't make it? And it sounds like you've seen the video.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video?
Yeah.
But Mr. Beast hit the 1 million before 10 years.
Yeah.
So is this Taylor Sharp here? Folks, do we have a window into actual history being predicted right here at Turning Point USA?
Well, I wanna give a message to Gen Z. You have to hang out with successful people. You have to be around the most successful people that you can be around, and the people that are gonna help you really get far in life. Because if you're not around those people, then your dreams suddenly start to slip away from you, and you don't want that to happen. So hang out with people that you look up to and that you think that are successful.
Okay, so young Taylor Sharp in his second Mike Church Show interview. Let me, did you see that young lady right across from us there?
I do.
Do you know who she is?
I do.
Do you know she's Monica Page?
I do.
Okay, so successful person right there.
Yeah, I'm friends with her. That's why.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, successful young man, Taylor Sharp here. I expect to see you at whatever the next conference is.
America Fest, you're going to come down to my state.
It is difficult to get to the Phoenix one and haul all this stuff. We'll have to start working on the fundraising now. But yes, we will be back in Phoenix. So between now and then, I expect a couple more campaign platforms out of you. A couple of more pronouncements. I want you to look right at that camera right there, and I want you to tell them why you have this aspiration to be president.
Because I care about the American people. Some people do it for the money. I can't make money until I'm 18, so I can't make money until next year, but I started this when I was 16. I didn't do it for the money. It's because I care for the American people, and I care to keep the American dream alive, and we're going to make America great again. And if America ever slips away into some Democrat's hand, that ruins our country. We're going to make America great again.
So between now and then, there's a very good chance it slips into some bad person's hand or bad people's hands. Let us pray that it doesn't.
Yes.
All right, Taylor Sharp.
Thank you so much.
Second interview here of the future presidential candidate in 2048. You heard it here live on the Crusade Radio Network and the Mike Church Show. We are going to wrap our broadcast up for the day because Daddy needs a drink, and he's going to go get it. And I'm going to have a berry. It's going to be a one big, beautiful bourbon, an OBBB, one big, beautiful.
Well, you're going to have to
bourbon.
enjoy that by yourself because I can't drink.
It's okay. I'll have
Sorry.
one. I'm going to have one for him, too. So I want to thank everyone for coming out and watching the interviews, and for all of our guests, and for our great team over here, Maggie and Jim Mosier and Maddie P. and Steve and Jacqueline. And where is Joshua K? Josh K. See, I'm calling him out. He doesn't even respond. And everyone else that was out here today. We will be back here. When's our first interview tomorrow morning? 11 a.m. Ooh, sleeping in tomorrow. So, yeah. So we'll see you guys live back here before 11 at Turning Point USA. So for all of us here at TPUSA, the Mike Church Show, the Crusade Radio Network, as we always say, we'll see you tomorrow. God bless you, and Mary keep you.
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the
You won't hear anything about Monday's coming or fruitcakes, but you will hear the most brutally honest Catholic-inspired commentary on Parrot Talk, weekdays after the KingDude at 2 Central on the Crusade Radio Network, our app, and always on CrusadeChannel.com.
Don't you